Hello, I forgot to unmute. Hi, Punderful, welcome in. I think I fixed the redeems triggering stuff on the model now. I forgot to log in on YouTube Studio in Twitch, and so that's why it wasn't working. I'm pretty sure I did a little test before stream. It seems to be working now, so if anyone has a desperate need to attach ears to me or remove my glasses or anything, those should all be working now. Afro, hello, welcome in. Yeah, I'm starting a bit later than I intended to today. The whole Thanksgiving long weekend has been a bit of a write-off for me. Oh, there we go. Cool. Dog ears work. Yeah, I went to a friend's house for Thanksgiving and had a delicious meal and a wonderful time and watched all of Over the Garden Wall, which I'd never seen before, but I've heard many good things about, and the good things were not incorrect. It was very, very good. But then I had intended to be a bit productive on Friday and Saturday. I ended up not at all doing anything. So then I had to try and catch up on the productivity a bit today, and I also didn't do a great job of that. So that's why I'm starting a little later, is because I had to at least leave the house and go for a walk and try and sort of make a tiny little token effort at having a healthy lifestyle. But yeah, so I'm playing Triforcent today rather than a full regular randomizer, just because I want to be finished in time to still go grocery shopping, because I have been putting that off. So hopefully it'll be like a 3.5 hour seed today. I've actually had some pretty good luck with off-stream randomizers finishing quite quickly. I've had 3 seeds where I found hookshot in Kakiri Forest in the first 5 minutes, which is yeah, that'll make a seed end quickly. Yeah, okay, so with that in mind, wanting to not take a long time today, let's get started. I've done my usual browse through the Wikipedia article for today's date to see whose birthday it is today, and my usual way of doing that is I'll just scroll down the list of births, and if I see a name I recognize, I'll be like, oh, okay, cool, because I don't want to use just, some random person no one's ever heard of. The problem with that is when you're scrolling down and you see a name you recognize, and then you realize, oh wait, they're incredibly problematic. So one of the first names I never recognized today was Winston Churchill. I was like, okay, Churchill's that'll probably fit as a name. But I thought about it a bit. I was like, well, he was pretty genocidal, so maybe let's not go with Churchill. And then I was scrolling down a little bit further, and another name that I recognized popped in, and that was Woody Allen. So we'll not be using him. But then, luckily, not long after that, I saw... I don't know if the whole name will fit, but we'll try. We saw another director. Okay, yeah, so we can only do the first name, I guess, and I'll do Ridley rather than Scott, because Scott is a bit vague. But Billy Idol's birthday is also today, and he was my second place contender. But I have to say, I'm a bigger fan of the works of Ridley Scott than I am of the works of Billy Idol. Not to say that I don't appreciate White Wedding or his cameo in The Wedding Singer, which was great, but I feel like Ridley Scott's oeuvre is more significant, I guess. So we're going with Ridley, and also Ridley is a character from Metroid, so that's it's Nintendo, it's related, right? So that's yeah, it's a twofer. How's the audio, by the way? I tried my best not to fiddle with it and break stuff, but I've seen too many people start stream and be accidentally muted and not realize it. Sounds good. Okay, fantastic. All right, we have Deca Shield, which is lovely. And a stick, which will let us get more sticks. I'm sure you could do a reworking of the ancient proverb of, give a man a stick, and he'll light one torch in the game Ocarina of Time. Give a man a stick and a shield, and he has infinite sticks. Teach a man to stick, and he stick. Teach a man to ISG, and he stick for the rest of his life. So I'm probably... Those are so loud. I'm probably going to do my my usual early game. Oh, I just realized the whole reason I got just one stick was so that I could get more sticks. So let's actually get more sticks. Okay. And then I'll get the 3 in the little path up to here and my way out. Okay, that's not useful. There's an option in Ship of Arcanian now that you can have actual infinite upgrades for items. So like, you know, you have the capacity upgrades, you start off with 10 sticks, and then you can go up to 20, 30, but there's an option to make it infinite. So you don't ever have to worry about sticks again, or bombs, or bomb chews, or whatever. Which is tempting, but also like resource management is part of the appeal of a difficult randomizer for me. Unlimited stick works, that's my anime reference. I recognize that it is a reference, but I don't know what it's a reference to because I don't know anime. I feel like such a fake like VTuber fan sometimes because I have zero knowledge of almost all anime. Okay, DC is a Deku. I'm very much the how do you do fellow kids of anime. I didn't mean to do. That was exactly the thing I didn't want to do. Fate, Stay, Night. Those are 3 words that I recognize are the name of an anime. That's about my extent of my knowledge of that. Also, hello, welcome in, Neko. Good to see you. It is Nemo and I. Like the more I got to know about Nemo, the more I realized Nemo and I are quite similar in many different ways. I think it's one of the reasons we get along fairly well is that we have similar gaps in our knowledge, and also I guess maybe not like exact overlap in knowledge that we have that other people might not have, but I think Nemo and I both have niche knowledge on certain subjects, right? There are certain things that coming out of anyone else's mouth, you'd be like, so weird you know that, whereas when it's Nemo, you're like, well, of course you know that. And I feel like there's certain things where I'm in the same kind of boat where there are things I know and you might wonder, why would anyone know that? But I know them, because, you know, sometimes it's interesting to know weird things. I understand that there's a lot of different Fate games, and that they all use the slash in the title as like a theme. Is I'm gonna show my ignorance again. Is Fate the series where there's like famous historical figures who get like summoned and bound to somebody? So like Arthur's there, but it's not actually King Arthur, it's Queen Arthur. And okay, I think I've seen like clips of Hololive members watching it. That's the extent of my knowledge of it. Okay, we have Sarai's song at Spirit. Well, and my notes are wrong side. Okay, there we go. My I have a little just a notepad window open in the corner of my screen, and that's where I keep my notes. And it's like squeezed in between the in fact, if you look where I have my description of the seed settings of like no logic randomizer Triforce Hunt, that's where my notes are on my actual monitor. So they're kind of squeezed in there, and so I have to make the most of the space. But the trouble is that sometimes the notes end up like behind the randomizer or behind the check tracker, and I can't read what I've written. The window just likes to move around sometimes for some reason. Sometimes they're accurate, some are very, yeah, we've been women this whole time, so what? I mean, like, isn't one of them Gilgamesh, where it's like, how accurate can you really be when your source material is like one story that's 6,000 years old? Like, sure, make him a twink, like, what's to say he wasn't? That's one of the things I do kind of appreciate about anime is that it doesn't try to be accurate. Like, it's very clear about the fact that like this is a story told through the medium of anime, through the lens of like the Japanese culture of the time that it was created. So like, it's not trying to be a documentary, it's not trying to be authentic necessarily a lot of the time. It's just like Jack the Ripper is a lolly. Okay, that's an interesting choice. That's I would say that's very anime. Oh, I just realised my is it because I'm just leaning back now? My model is higher up than it used to be. Hang on, I'm gonna get into castle and I'm gonna shrink myself just a tiny bit because I don't like that that I'm going behind the chat a little bit there. Whoops, I was not paying attention. So my curiosity is piqued now. Is Jack the Ripper in Fate guilty of the crimes of Jack the Ripper, or is it just like? I don't know. Like, how does it work exactly? Like, did a lolly brutally murder and disfigure several prostitutes in Whitehall in the 1800s? Like, oh no, the 1800s. Yes. Okay, that's. I guess it's one of those things where, like, don't think too hard about it. Maybe that it'll start unraveling if you start trying to pull at any of the loose threads. Since Jack is another character summoned is based on children never born from the prostitutes murdered by Jack. Oh, I see, because the identity of Jack the Ripper is unknown. Okay. That's an interesting take on it. I mean, like, I'm going to be honest, it does kind of feel like they started from the point of, we want a lolly character. How can we make that work with Jack the Ripper? Rather than, here's a cool idea for Jack the Ripper, I guess that would make them a lolly. Okay, lots of stuff in here. We have a Triforce piece for 135. I'll write that down. Okay, please be cheap boomerang. No, okay. Cheap slingshot? Yeah, okay, we can buy a slingshot. That's good. Oh, and I should check, is that Goran tunic? It is. I will also write that down. Okie doke. I was watching. It's a video I've seen pop up in my recommended feed on YouTube a few times recently, and I finally caved and decided I was going to watch it today, despite not having time to watch like an hour and a half YouTube video because I keep putting stuff off. But it was about Discworld and the Terry Pratchett books. By someone who had just finished like reading through all of them, and I think she's more well known for Tolkien videos. Oh, Bo as well. That's nice. What was the channel name? Jen of the Shire, I think was the channel name. And so she did a video where it was like, here are all of the Discworld books in publishing order. And she like gave each of them like two genres that they both best fit into, because there's like a lot of sort of thematic variety, I guess, in the Discworld books, and then like grouped by the sort of sub-series of like, you know, the witches stories and the guard stories and stuff, and then also recurring characters who appear in multiple books. She kind of went through all that as well, and so it got me thinking a lot about Discworld, and how I really, at some point, I really want to do a stream where I do a tier list of the Discworld books, or possibly just like all of Terry Pratchett's books, because he wrote a fair bit outside of the Discworld, and you may as well include them. There's an in-universe rule of the Fate where fan-made porn is technically canon. That's interesting. I'd love to do a Discworld tier list stream, but I worry, like, how well the format works if you're streaming to potentially no one, which can happen, right? If chat is particularly quiet, then it's just me talking to myself for several hours, which I don't mind, but I feel like discussing media and stuff is better when there's like a little bit of back and forth and being able to like bounce questions off chat and get other people's opinions and views on stuff. It could be a good opportunity for a collab with someone who also has read all of the Discworld books and has their own opinions, because then you get to discuss stuff. I'm reminded of a very good stream, which I really enjoyed, where Fauna and Cecilia from Hololive discussed their literary trope, or like anime tropes, I guess, or manga tropes, and whether they liked them or hated them. And that was a really, really good stream, because they both, like, sometimes they agreed on stuff and they got to talk at length about like why it is that this thing is good or bad, and other times they disagree and you get to have an interesting conversation about like the relative merits of different things. And so I'm not all that familiar with Discworld. I just know that Death is a beloved literary character. That was a point that the the video that I watched, like definitely went out of their way to sort of stress is that it would be really easy for the character of Death to be. Actually, I don't care about zero tuning. It'd be really easy for the character of Death to be antagonistic, right? That like they're trying to kill the main character, and the main character doesn't want to die, obviously, and so they're like Death is the enemy. And I guess in the first couple of Discworld books, you can kind of see it that way, in that Rincewind, who is the main character, is constantly escaping Death by like almost by accident. And so in those books, Death is written kind of as antagonistic, but by the time you get to the fourth book, Mort, Death becomes a character in his own right and becomes way more human. Because Death in Discworld is Death as humans have imagined him. Like in Discworld, belief gives things shape. And so the reason that Death is like he is because humans invented him, right? Death is a skeleton, a human skeleton. He is inherently related to humans, and so a lot of his like character development, I guess you can call it, is to do with understanding humanity and therefore like understanding his own humanity, which he gets from them. There are even live-action holiday specials like Death as Santa Claus. Yeah. In fact, he was the Hogfather, is the Discworld character. And yeah, that was the first live-action like holiday special on. It was made by Sky TV in the UK, and it was pretty good. And they did a couple of other ones as well. They did The Color of Magic and The Light Fantastic as like a kind of a 2-in-1, which had Sean Astin in it, and Sean Astin is great. And they also did Going Postal, which is one of the more recent Discworld books. And while all of them were good in their way, I have really, really high standards when it comes to adaptations of things that I love. And so I feel like they fundamentally missed out on what to me is the most important part of Discworld, which is that while it is zany and wacky and silly and funny and there's lots of jokes and stuff, at the core of it, it's very like there is a core of it that's very serious and is either, you know, satirizing something about contemporary society or trying to make some philosophical point or saying things, very deep things about the human condition and stuff like that. And to me, that's what makes the Discworld books like more than just enjoyable reading, but like good, important, meaningful reading. Like I think a big part of why I am the way I am and why I value the things I value and my whole kind of like outlook on life is largely, possibly, part of reading all of the Discworld books. Which sounds silly, you know, like I read a bunch of silly fantasy sci-fi books and they gave me a whole new worldview, but that's kind of how it is. So let's see, we've got Fire Key, 20 skulls. Like there are things that ideas that I was first exposed to in Discworld books that I now consider to be like fundamentally part of how I view the world and how I think about stuff. And so I have to, you know, credit where credit's due. Spirit Key, 10 skulls. So yeah, I think they're like the adaptations, the live action adaptations are. I'm glad they exist. Terry Pratchett was happy enough with them. Like he cameoed in Hogfather as a toy maker, I think, and he was like heavily involved with the production process. So like, I can't say, oh, you know, he wouldn't have liked it. Like he was happy enough with it. So, and like he was famously hard to get to agree to adaptations. Like there had been multiple attempts to make a Discworld movie of some kind, or just like a movie of one of his other works, and none of them ever went anywhere because you know, he hated the script or it was just difficult to do. Okay, so we got Hookshot and Kakiri. There's not many checks in Kakiri Forest, so that's either Adult Sculpture, Child Sculpture, or the Soil Patch. I think those are the only. Oh, it could be the Song of Storms Grotto. I hope it's not, because that's difficult to get to. But yeah, a talking about Discworld stream from me could easily go to multiple hours. Partly because there's like 41 Discworld novels, and then there's other non-Discworld writings that I also think are good. That's magic? That's important. I'll write that down. I'll have to come back for that later. I'm in the process of rereading a Discworld book right now. Actually, I'm a big rereader of books. I like to reread books. I like things that are comfortable and familiar. And Terry Pratchett's writing style is so enjoyable for me to read that even though I know exactly what's going to happen in the books, it's still nice to reread them for me. And so I'm rereading. It was the first Discworld book that I got that was new. Like, it had been published very, very recently, and I got it as a Christmas present. So it was my first hardback Discworld book, because up until that point I'd been collecting them sort of piecemeal. Like, whenever I went into a bookshop, I'd see which Discworld books they had and buy any ones I didn't already have. And so it's possible that, like, at the time that I got Nightwatch, I still didn't have all of the Discworld books because I hadn't tracked down some of them. Because I was like, I have a weird thing where I don't like to buy books online. I like to go and buy books in person. Even though I could buy them online from the bookshop that I would go and buy them from in person. I like the act of, like, hunting for a book. But yeah, Nightwatch was the first Discworld book that I got, like, new in hardback, and it's one of the best in my opinion. Not just one of my favorites, but, like, one of the best. You have Mort on your Amazon wishlist for my recommendation. Yeah, Mort is where I started. It's the first Discworld book I ever read, and I will never hesitate to recommend it as a good starting point. I think more and more over time, as I've come to, like, as I reread the books more often, some of the ones that I previously had, like, not like discounted exactly, but, like, I didn't appreciate just how good they were. And one of the, like, the top of the list for that one, I think, for me, is the book Small Gods, which is it's a kind of a rarity in that it's fully standalone. Like, there are characters in it that appear in other books, like one or two of them maybe, but not in, like, a meaningful way where you have to have read any of the other books to read it, or that you have to read any other book after reading Small Gods. But yeah, Small Gods is a really, really good one, and deals with some really interesting subject matter as well. Like, I think that's another good example of that there's silliness and, like, comedy and jokes and parody and all this sort of stuff, but also fundamentally the book is about the nature of belief and organized religion, and how organized religion sort of interfaces with society and things like that. It touches on some pretty deep, heavy stuff, but in a very entertaining way. Okay, well, we have a big wallet now, so we should probably, yeah, we can afford that. We have Training Grounds key for 95, which I can't quite afford. Yeah, but I will write it down. GTG key, potion 95. And I think another really, really excellent standalone Discworld book, which is, like, it is a Discworld book. It takes place on the Discworld. It references things that, like, happen in other Discworld books, or, like, places that appear in characters. But it may as well not be a Discworld book for all that it takes place in the Discworld. Is The Amazing Maurice and His Educated Rodents, which is a young adult book. I mean, technically, I guess you could call it just a children's book, but that one is, like, it's one of the darkest Terry Pratchett books, and it's for children. It's really, really excellent in my opinion. And that also had an animated movie made of it, and it's okay. But again, I feel that it misses out on really plumbing the depths of the darkness that is in the source material, which to me is part of what makes the source material so good, is that you get to deal with really heavy, serious, kind of grim topics in a kind of in a way that, I don't know, it's hard. This is why I need to sit down and spend, 2 months writing my video essay about why Terry Pratchett is good. Actually, it's hard for me to figure out all my thoughts on it. But yeah, I love the darkness in the Discworld books. I guess, is the TLDR. Okay, I don't have a shield, so I can't get ISG, which means... Well, not, I can't get ISG, I can't crouch stab, which means I can't use QPA here, so I'm going to have to do it that way. Whoops. And I guess I should talk to Medigoron to see what he has, except I can't, because I can't even pull that up. Alright, scratch that, we're going shopping. Hopefully there's a shield in here. There is, okay. We can't afford it, but let me check. These are all expensive apart from that one. I know that I need 20 skulls total to get a couple of keys, so I may as well pick up cheap skull tokens while I can. And now I've got to farm up to 80 rupees so I can buy a shield. In fact, I should probably farm up a lot of rupees because I'm going to need to go shopping some more once I get back to Kakariko Village. God, this is... Why is it... I don't want it. There we go. I'm so used to crouch stabbing that pot, but I don't have a shield, so I can't. So I guess with that in mind, if I want to farm for rupees slightly faster, I should go buy the shield now. I guess I should, yeah, I should get the shield and I should go and talk to Medigoron. Because maybe he has something really good. Okie doke. So, okay, now I can get QPA and break the mud walls. Go and see what Medigoron has. Oh wait, there's my sword out. First try, nice. I'm really sad that the bomb bag there was fake, because that would have been pretty much perfect to get bomb bag right there. Oops. Okay, what are you selling? Strength upgrade, okay. I will want that. Do I want to buy that right now? Fairy bottle is at the market. Okay, so that's gotta be Bomb Tube Bowling or Treasure Chest Game, I guess. Oh wait, I forgot something. I do want to get the strength upgrade now, and there is a quick way for me to get that many rupees, which is go to Lost Woods and stab up Skull Kid. On the subject of small gods, they did a well, I think it was a while ago now, but there was like a kind of a premium edition audiobooks of all of the Discworld books are being planned with various narrators for different like sub-series, and they had like different famous people doing voices of certain characters. So I think they had Peter Serafina, which was voicing Death, because you know he's got a good deep voice. But Small Gods was narrated by Andy Serkis of Gollum fame, and I heard a little clip of it when I was listening to like I guess it was an ad for it for the series, but it sounded pretty good. You know, he's good at doing the voices. He made the great god Om a Scouser with a Liverpool accent, which I found. This is the wrong shop, which I found kind of an amusing choice, but it kind of works for his sort of impotent belligerence that he has in the story. No offense to any Scousers listening, by the way. I don't intend to imply that all people from Liverpool are both belligerent and impotent, but that there's a certain like quality of the accent that lends itself to a character with that quality. Okay, let's go grab another wallet refill. And then we're all set for more shopping later. Because at the very least I want to buy a GTG key, which is going to be 95 rupees. But also, I probably should just immediately go and buy Boomerang once I'm done as adult. Like I'll do. Oops. I'll do my usual loop back, like through Death Mountain Crater, back down Death Mountain Trail, back to CAC. I'll do daytime CAC stuff as adult. Then I'll go to Child, and I can buy that boomerang. That's a really good thing to have. And then I guess if I'm Child anyway, I may as well go to Lon Lon. I can do Night CAC. Yeah, okay. I guess it's it's the same route that I normally take, where I try and get as many checks from the areas with lots of free checks as possible. It's all I guess if this was a logic seed, it would be like zone 1. I don't want to be in here with this little health. I'm gonna die. Just not paying attention. Let's try that again. First of all, I have to get a heart here. Okay. I'll grab one here. Okay, and then I'll reset the timer again. Okay, and now I should have enough time to actually get out. Okay, I'll have a little peek as to what's on the volcano. That is 50 rupees. Do not care. This is always quite tight. I'm pretty sure if you don't roll, you won't make it. Okay, and speaking of being quite tight, I need to kill that before the sun comes up. Which it just did, I think, so I only just made it. I was slow on my way up, so it's okay to be slow because I have a bow. Okay, now I will go and check the Gossip Stone. And I guess I could go into Death Mountain Crater and check the item hidden in the wall, but I'm gonna have to come up here as Child anyway, so I'll do all that stuff when I'm here as Child. I need explosives to do that, I guess, or hammer, but I'm sure I will find explosives sooner or later. Okay, so we can check what's up here, we can check where DC leads to. And it leads to Spirit. Okay, Spirit's in DC. So I need explosives if I want to do anything on Child side of Spirit. And I'm gonna need... Technically, there is a trick that I do know how to do to get into the adult side of Spirit without Silver Gauntlets or Hover Boots. But I'm not very good at it, so I will not be attempting that right now. Hopefully I find Hover Boots, or I find another strength upgrade. Okay, what do we have in Bazaar? Bomb Chews! Which I can't afford. Wow. Okay. 280, it's pretty steep. Okay, do we have any cheap skull tokens? We have a cheap, wow, very cheap Triforce piece. That's our first. And I'll take that. And that's Zora Tunic, okay. So let me buy the key in here. Oh, and I can do archery game. And then, oops, talk to Andrew. And how many skull tokens do I have? I have 10, okay, which is a spirit key, so I may as well pick that up. Oops. I have to concentrate way more than I probably should to be able to do this. More so the adult one than the child one, because the pattern with the adult is random. But yeah, it wastes so much time if you miss one, and it's also embarrassing because it's not difficult. I shouldn't be missing. Okay, I think that's all for adult for now. So let's go back to child. Go shopping. Oh yeah, let me update my notes, because we've got that. So I'd love to find a bottle, because that lets me check extra stuff in Kakiri. And I really want to check stuff in Kakiri because I know Hookshot's there. How much was Boomer? Boomer was 130, so I'm going to have to do 2 trips outside to farm up enough rupees for that. And then I also have... There's a Triforce piece for 135. Okay, so I'm going to be farming rupees for a little while here, I guess. Hopefully it's not too tedious. I guess there's a small chance as well that it turns night before I finish, which would not be great. I guess if it looks like it's about to turn night, I can go back inside and farm the pot room, because I need to buy stuff from the potion shop, which is closed at night. So I need it to be daytime. I guess it's fairly early daytime. So priority 1 is Boomerang, because having the Triforce piece, obviously I need... Great. I need the Triforce piece to beat the sea, but I don't... It doesn't do anything, right? Like, it's just a thing to collect, so if I'm going to buy only one of them, which maybe now I am going to, because I'm going to run out of time, it's going to be Boomerang, because Boomerang lets me get other items. Oops. It's rare for me to fall in the river. I've done it twice this seed already, so yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on. I'm clearly not at my best today. Oh, I should have some water. I keep thinking, like, I always make sure to get water before stream, and then it'll just sits on my desk for like 3 hours undrunk. So I'm gonna have some. Yeah, have some now. Okie doke. Oh, and how much was this? 50. So cheap-ish. And okay, that's Tunic for 200. So I kind of also want Goron Tunic, because it lets me do a couple of things. I guess there's, what is it? 3 checks. If I have Hookshot, there's 3 checks. It lets me get in Goron City, and it also lets me like just do stuff in Fire Temple generally. Not that I know where Fire Temple is just yet. Not that I have any keys for it either. But good to plan ahead, I guess. Okay, I have enough time for one more trip, I think, and that'll get me up to in fact, that'll get me to 135 exactly, which is how much I need for that Triforce piece. But it's almost night time. And I think I would rather have Tunic than the Triforce piece, so what I'm going to do is farm the pot room, as much as I hate to do it, because it's slow. You can get about 30 rupees, I think, per trip. So significantly fewer than the 60 you get from the drawbridge. One more? Nope. Okay. So I want to go up to 200, and then I have to completely empty my wallet, unfortunately, to buy the Tunic. Actually, I'm thinking about it. Is it worth this? Like, what am I actually going to be doing with Tunic if I get it right now? Because, 1, I don't know where Fire Temple is, and 2, I don't have Hookshot, so I can't do the thing in Goron City anyway. Although, I'm hoping to find Hookshot early because I know it's in Kakiri, so maybe it makes sense. I mean, I'm so close now, I may as well get it. Come on. There we go. Should not be that difficult to get ISG. Okay, that's 200. So that lets us get the Tunic. And there's nothing else for us to do here. So I guess what I want to do... Do I book it to CAC now? I might not get there in time, is the thing. Or do I go to Kakiri now? I'll try and get to Kak in time to do Dampe. If I don't, then it's okay. I can do everything but Dampe. Because I have... Let's make sure to equip this. I guess I can put that there for now as well. Oh, maybe I have longer than I think. I underestimate how much time you have between the sun starting to set and it actually becoming night. Like, I think this is definitely early enough in the night. Ideally, I would have got in here just before it turned night, because then I could have done the cuckoos, but oh well, can't be too greedy. So, okay, after this, I want to say Lon Lon, because there's a lot of stuff I can check there. Ooh, is that real? It is, nice, okay. Don't have magic yet, but still, good to have ice arrows early, because that means if I do find magic before I find ice cavern, then I have a very nice, easy ice cavern. Oops. Okay, first forest key. I'm going to want at least 2 forest keys, depending on whether I find, whether I find hover boots and when I find bombs. I might need more than 2. I guess, 3 if I don't find hover boots or bombs. Because there's a trick you can do that skips a key. Let's see, we're going this way. I was about to side hop off the roof because I'm so used to having ISG when I'm up there. You can't just walk off the roof, but then I remembered I don't need ISG. I have slingshot. Okay, so there's a Triforce piece. I will take that. And what was this up here? It was a skull token, which I do want because we're trying to get to 20 for a fire key. And then once I've got that, I'm going to just nip down bottom of the well real quick while I have Navi text. There are quicker ways to set this up, I know, but I like to go with what I'm familiar with. I'm less likely to make a mistake. Okay, bottom of the well leads to GTG. Okay. Well, I can at the very least get a couple of things in here. Literally a couple. This one and this one. Do I want to kill the Stalfos? Get one more check? No, I'll come back here later. If I had explosives, I'd kill the Beamos and the 2... Is it the Lizalfos in the next room? Because then I could climb up the Song of Time blocks. There's 3 checks I can get in the next room for free, basically. But I can't kill the Beamos, which means I can't get through that room. So we will be coming back there later. Okay, so we know where DC is. We know where GTG is. That's good. DC is fairly easy to do early. Okay, what do you got for me, Dampe? Money, okay. Oh, I just realised. I have Boomerang. I can do a cool trick that I rarely get to do. So, I know magic is up there in that crate. You're supposed to plant a bean here, then come back as adult, and ride the bean. But why do that when you can do a cool trick with a boomerang, which I don't have a ton of practice at, and I might not get first try, but bear with me. Okay, that's not right. I forget how many. It's a certain number of side hops and backflips, and also the angle has to be correct. Okay, that was not it. I'm going to keep trying this a few times because getting magic is important, and this is not a difficult trick. I'm just not great at it. I feel like that should have been correct. Maybe I need to adjust my angle. Maybe I'm aiming too high. Let's try this. There we go. Perfect. I like that trick. And that is you know, that's not a glitch. That is, I think that is allowed in the glitches category, because you're just using the normal behavior of the boomerang of returning items that it hits to you to grab it, which is pretty neat. Okay, so that's that. We've got magic now. Oh, which when I was just saying, if I can find ice cavern, then now I can like do ice cavern. Okay, no explosives. There's no point me going up to Goron City, and so with that in mind, first, real quick, I will just go grab 10 skull reward since I'm right here. Then let's go to Lon Lon, because we can get most of the checks in Lon Lon. And then from Lon Lon, hopefully by then we've found a bottle. If we have, we can go to not Kak, we can go to Kikiri. I guess I'm going to go to Kikiri anyway, because I'm going to want to go to Zora's River, and I want to take the shortcut from Lost Woods to Zora's River. So, now it's a race against time to get into Lon Lon before it's daytime. I should be okay, I think, because it only just turned night when I went into Kak. So if I get my angle correct and then back walk, I should be fine. Would be nice to have bombs and super slide, because then I definitely have enough time. But maybe we're okay. I think this is kind of tight on the timing, if I remember correctly. I think the sky starts getting light as I approach the door, maybe. Or maybe I'm just misremembering completely. Yeah, okay, maybe it's not as late as I thought. Okay, so here we are, Lon Lon. So really hoping for a bottle, because that increases our chances of finding hookshot. I will also take health at this point, because I want to have more than 4 hearts. I keep doing this. I keep coming to Lon Lon with no rupees. And I need rupees for the grotto here with the scrubs in, so I'm going to have to kill some Gwei. Which I don't mind doing, because I fucking hate Gwei, they're so annoying. I don't need many rupees. I just need... I guess technically I need 24? But I would like more than that, just to play it safe. Come on. Attack me, please. And if I kill enough of them, the big one will spawn, and that one drops, like, more rupees. Not getting very many drops off these guys. I swear, the other day when I had to do this, I got, like, 2 5 rupee drops off the first 2 that I killed, which is pretty lucky, I guess. This is tedious. Yep, okay. Navi, you wanna... Thanks for that, Navi. Okay, come on. I don't need very much more. Oh, good grief. Okay, there's the big one. Come here. Do I just shoot him down? Yeah. Okay, there we go. 20 rupees. Now we have plenty. You can get killed as well, because, as I said, Gweis are really annoying. Okay. Now I have enough rupees to actually pay for the scrubs. So it's 30 rupees total, but if you have 24, you can pick up the 3 rupees that this one drops, and the 3 rupees that this one drops, and then you will have enough total. Light arrows as well, okay. So light arrows technically kind of useless in Triforce Hunt. Valera's nice though. Because you're never like, there's no point in killing Ganondorf. And that's the only thing that light arrows are actually needed for. Because I don't have sunlight arrows option turned on, where you can use light arrows to light up the sun blocks. So yeah, technically exciting to find light arrows, but also, like, with the settings I'm currently playing, that they are a useless item. Okay, so 2 more things I can actually check here. We've got this item and then the last sculpture on the wall. I won't bother with that, it's slow. And I only need 5 more, and it's only for a fire key, which right now is kind of not much use anyway, so... I want to get skulls, but I don't want to waste time getting skulls. But I will take some health. And 1 more rupee. Okay, and that's it for here, so let's go to Kokiri, and we really, really hope that this one sculpture is hookshot. Because if it is, then we once again have a relatively early hookshot, which is wonderful. And if it's not, then I guess I can go and do a little bit of stuff in Lost Woods and then head off to Zora's River. Okay, what do you got? Claim check. So not nothing, but not exciting. I'll just grab a few extra rupees while I'm here, since it's relatively quick to do. Get that. I'll grab this one. I'll go in the shop. I'll do the stepping stones again, and I'll also grab 2 from the grass, and then I'll put us at 40, which is, I don't know. It's not a lot, but it's a better number than 20 whatever I was on. There we go. Because I guess I need 30 for the scrubs that I'm about to do in Lost Woods. But who knows? Maybe I'll get a huge rupee from Slingshot Game, or the Target in the Woods rather, not Slingshot Game. I always hate coming here without a bottle, because it means that I'm going to have to come here at least 1 more time. In practice, it's usually come here without a bottle. What was that? Shadow Temple piece. Oh, okay. Come here without a bottle, then come here with a bottle but without the masks, then come here again just for the masks, which is inefficient. But with Triforce Hunt, I feel like it's better to do a kind of first pass of areas and like hoover up the checks you can get, because you don't need to beat dungeons, and so finding certain like items is way less important in Triforce Hunt. Like finding Mirror Shield in Triforce Hunt gets me an extra like 1, 2, 3 checks, maybe not even 3. Whereas in like my regular settings, it's necessary to beat the seed sometimes to find Mirror Shield. Similarly for Hammer, there's like a couple of checks that you need Hammer for. And it's useful in lots of places. Like I'm never sad to find Hammer, but it's not like, oh okay, Silver Golem, that's really good. So now I can do stuff in Spirit Temple as adult very easily, which is great. And there's a Ganon Castle's key. Okay. So that's it for here, because I have no explosives, so off to Zora's River. And I should have a little bit of time before it turns to day, so I should be able to kill the sculpture on the ladder. Hopefully. Okay, we've got arrows up there, which we don't care about. Okay, cool, we made it in time. Some more money, which is good, because we are going to go shopping in Zora's Domain when we get in there. What is this? Piece of the Triforce at Lake Hylia. Okay, I will write that down. Triforce... Hylia. Oops. Okay, so now we've got a whole day to kill, so I should check all the stuff in Sora's River. At least all the stuff that I can check, so I can't do anything with the frogs, because I have no songs and no means to play them. That's just some rupees up there. I do want to jump in here, because there's a small chance that Bean Guy has a good item, in which case I will want more rupees. Okay, what do you have? A Deku Shield, nope. I mean, it is a good item. Deku Shield is very important for doing a lot of things as child, but I already have one, and also 60 rupees is a bit steep when you can buy them in the shop for 40. Alright, so I don't need to worry about the item that's up there, but I do want to go into the grotto. And I'll still probably have to stand around a little bit waiting for it to be nighttime, I think, unfortunately. And I do want to wait for it to be nighttime because I can actually get the Skulltula that only shows up at nighttime in Zora's Fountain. I feel like recently I've been a bit happier to skip that one, because even if I could check it, I couldn't actually get it, and it's only one check, and in Triforce Sun it's less likely that that's an important check. And so yeah, I guess it depends. I'll look at what the sun is doing when I get to the waterfall. If it's still really high in the sky and I'd have to wait a long time, then I will just skip, I think. Okay, so we've got fire... no, Shadow Key and fire. Okay, and this is useless. Okay, get this hint. The Fairy of Winds holds double defense. Well, I don't know which that is. Is part of the problem of being so like, rando-brained, I'll call it, is that a lot of locations, I don't know the actual proper name for them. Like, I don't know which fairy is the Fairy of Winds. Maybe it's the fairy that teaches you Aurora's Wind, I'm assuming. But because I always play randomized, I don't know which fairy that is. Similarly, when I'm looking at the check tracker and it's like Fire Temple Map Chest, I don't know which one that is, because it's never the map in there when I open it, right? So yeah, sometimes I get confused because I don't know where things actually are. Okay, so... Alright, the sun is setting, it's okay to wait. We'll stand around a little bit for it to be nighttime. We'll have a bit more water. Is that the sound of it going to night? If it is, that's kind of confusing. I guess I can check if it's dark. Yeah, okay. If the doorway there is dark, that means it's nighttime. If it's light, that means it's daytime. Okay, so the sound of it becoming night is the normal sound of it becoming daytime. Rock pot. That's the one I wanted. I'll grab this as well because I'm not so rich as to turn my nose up at a free 5 rupees. Okay, fire key. Yep. And a water key for 125. I'll write that down for now, and maybe I'll come back to it after I've done other stuff. 125. Okay, and is that cheap? Not cheap enough to worry about it. Okay, so more rupees. And then I'll get some more rupees from doing the diving game, and then I'll probably play the diving game another time to fill up my wallet a bit. And buy that water temple key. I guess it depends what I find in Zora's Fountain. Fire key at Ice Cavern. Okay. So fire is one of the temples where I need quite a lot of keys. Like ideally I have 5 keys. That allows me to check everything in Fire Temple. Why did I get a stick out? Obviously, more than 5 keys is also fine. It makes things go a little quicker if I have spare keys. But to even like bother trying to do anything in Fire Temple, I want 3 keys at least. I can't check everything in there, but I can check a good chunk. 3 keys. Ah, I thought I was close enough to get both of those then. It's a shame. Because I probably could have got these 3 in one dive. Okay, so let's see. I'm thinking about what I want to prioritize once I go back to adult, which I'm going to do relatively soon. Like, if I don't find a bottle or an ocarina, there's no point in me going to like Hylia as child, because like I would want to learn Scarecrow's song if I went there. So maybe after I'm done here, that's it for child. I'm just trying to think if there's... Okay, it depends a bit if I find any items, but the main stuff I wanted to do, I have done. Because if I find bombs, it makes sense to go into GTG briefly, at bottom of the wall entrance, because I can do some more stuff as child in there, and I can't even get in there as adult. But other than that, I think it's just back to adult, and then look at as many dungeon entrances as I can find. Because if I can find Ice Cavern, I can basically do all of Ice Cavern. I can do some stuff in Spirit Temple now. I even have a key for it, which is good. Oh, also, if I go into Spirit Temple as adult, then I can exit Spirit Temple via the hand and just be in Desert Colossus. And I can check what dungeon entrance that is as well. Oh. Giant's Knife, okay. Ooh. Hammer inside Ganon's castle. That's really good to know. Okay, so that means that I want to try and beat some dungeons as quickly as possible to get into Ganon's castle to get Hammer, because Hammer... Well, I don't know, I was saying earlier, really, wasn't I, that Hammer is less good in Triforce Hunt. So maybe I don't need to rush to get inside Ganon's castle. Because... Well, okay, no, it depends. If I find explosives, then Hammer gets less good. If I'm stuck without explosives for a while, Hammer becomes good. Okay, Wasteland's foolish. I will write that down, because that's good to know. Just not run off the edge there, because I'm not paying attention. Okay, let's see where Jabu leads. Jabu is Fire Temple. That's not great, because Jabu is a pain in the ass to get into as adult. And Fire Temple is a pain in the ass to do as child. So, for now, we'll leave that be. Okay, so... I should light the torches. And then I guess I want to do diving game again. Actually, okay, since I want to do diving game at least once, I'll do that first, and then I'll run back up and light the torches. Okay, we got a purple. Oh, we got 2 purple rupees. Excellent. So we will be able to fill up our wallet here fairly well. You can get unlucky and only get like green and blue rupees here, and like barely break even, because it's random what rupees they give you. But this is a pretty good one. I'm not going to bother with all of them. I think I just need this. Actually. It probably makes sense to make sure I have enough rupees that I can play the diving game again, because I'm going to be basically out of rupees after this. Although, diving game isn't the most efficient way to make rupees, as you can probably tell. So maybe I don't bother farming up rupees, because what would I even spend them on? Like, there's no shops that I need to visit right now, because yeah, I've got Boomerang. And I bought Tunic, yeah. So let me take those out of my notes. Okay. This should have 5 rupees in it as well. Yep, okay. So let me buy this. Okay, I can take that out of my notes as well. So yeah, now the only thing that I have in my notes is something I actually want to buy is the piece of the Triforce in Child Potion Shop for 135 rupees. I don't need to buy that right now. I can come back for that later. So I will do that. Okay, now let's go light the torches. Because yeah, there's no shops that I haven't visited as adult. I already got the thing from Medigor, and I know that Wasteland is junk, so I'm not going to need 200 rupees for either of those. And then Granny is the only other one who might be expensive, and that's 100, which is not too bad to farm up to. So I think I should be good for cash until I find another wallet, in which case then I'll need to go and buy bomb shoes for the bazaar. Ooh, a bottle. Okay, that changes things. Because now I can play songs. But I want bugs. Where's the nearest bugs? Okay, bear with me here. I'm going to get a fish. I'm going to use the fish to play a song, and then I'm going to immediately ditch my fish. and get bugs instead. Okay, before I go, there was nothing else for me to do. Zora's River. No. Okay, so this also lets me check Shadow Temple entrance for more info. Get this hint. Okay, it's a piece of the Triforce in Water Temple, which I have to assume that there's a piece of the Triforce in every temple because there's just a lot of checks in the temples. Okay, so let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Why am I so bad at getting ISG sometimes? Okay, and now we can light all these torches. I just realized I should have checked. Do I have Din's Fire? I was pretty sure I didn't, but like I didn't actually look because I have magic. I could have just used Din's Fire, which is quicker, if not cooler. There we go. Let's not burn our stick. Okay. So shadow leads to forest. Okay. And I will not bother doing anything here as child, because it's easy enough to get in here as adult. Okay, so Neno is going to go and grab bugs. And now I think it makes sense to stay as child a little bit longer, because now that I have bugs, I can do soil patches, I can learn Scarecrow Song, I can check some stuff in Great Valley. So, yeah, let's go grab bugs. Oh, Dampé's still here? How? What? How has that happened? Because it should be... It should be much later at night. Because I left CAC at, like, early night, but went to Lon Lon. I had to walk all the way across Hyrule Field. I'm curious what time it is. I should have whacked... Oh, wait, hang on, I need to get the soul patch. Should have whacked the Gossip Stone to see what time of day it is. Because I'm very surprised that Dampé's still around. I thought it was much later at night than that. Oh, wait, no. It's because I waited until it was just night time before going into Zora's domain. That's what happened. I forgot completely that I spent all that time in Zora's River. So yeah, it's an entire, like, day-night cycle later. Why am I so bad? I keep just consistently pressing the wrong button. Okay, we get another forest key. Okay, so that's good. We've got 2 forest keys. If I have one more, then I can do quite a lot in Forest Temple. I'd need to find bomb shoes if I wanted to full clear Forest Temple. Okay, and then still no explosives. So... Oh! No, let me prioritize things. Let's go check the soils patch here. We can do the 2 soil patches in Lost Woods as well. But there's a chance that this one has hookshot, which is why I want to check this one in particular. Because it's always good to have hookshot. The earlier you get it, the better. Why I didn't want to stand up there. Hookshot. Hookshot. No. Prelude. Still, I mean, Prelude is decent. Like, I'm not sad to find Prelude. So, okay, I can do 2 soil patches in Lost Woods and the Ocarina game. Doesn't feel great. It's a lot of time for just 3 checks, but I think I probably should do them. And then, where am I going? Then do I go to Goron City? Well, no, because I can't really do anything in Goron City. I guess I do have strength. So it's not like I can't do anything. Actually, I think it makes more sense to go up Death Mountain Trail. Because I can get into... Wait, what was DC? DC was Spirit. Yeah, it's like, oh, is that Weird Egg? Please let that be Weird Egg. Pocket Egg, damn. Oh, wait, no, I already did it. Yeah, I can get into Spirit Temple as Child, and then I can do Child Side of Spirit with what I've got. So yeah, I think I should do that. I'd love to find Bomb Shoes and get into G2G, because then I can check a whole bunch of stuff as Child. Oops. I did not want to drop my bugs up here. I am on autopilot, can you tell? Okay. Well, I needed to wait for the bugs to dig anyway, so I may as well. Okay. There we go. First try. Right, up, left. It's like a backwards Zelda's lullaby. Right, up, left, up. Oh, nice and symmetrical. Right, up, left, up, right. Right, up, left, up, right. All that for 5 rupees. I guess I'm so spoiled that, like, in a vanilla, in a 100% playthrough of this game, you wait, what am I doing? I forgot Soul Patch. Yeah, in a 100% playthrough of this game, you have to do the Ocarina game twice, and it doesn't just stop at 5 notes. Like, it's a lot of notes for the second game. So, as much as I complain, oh, I have to do Ocarina game, it's 5 whole notes, I gotta remember them, it's so hard. Like, Rando has definitely spoiled me. There's so many little quality of life things, improvements. Okay, and that was nothing. Okay, so now I think Goron City, and then just basically immediately leave Goron City and go into the Child Side of Spirit, because I can do the soil patch outside there as well. I even have Bolero, so I can actually do the soil patch there, and I guess I may as well check where Fire Temple entrance is as Child. Grab a little bit of money from here. And then, once I'm done there, I want to go to Lake Hylia. I guess I want to go to Lake Hylia via Gerudo Valley. So what's the quickest route there? I guess there just isn't a particularly quick route. Lake Lake Hillier is just awkwardly out of the way. I guess if it's daytime, going from Temple of Time isn't that bad. Maybe? I don't know. Okay, did actually manage to get ISG. Nothing? Okay, and then let's do what we can do in Spirit Temple. Which is, I mean, it's not a huge amount as child, but it's the checks that I can only do as child, so we may as well get them out of the way while we are child. And yeah, okay, lack of explosives is not gonna mess me up here. No, let me target the keys, thank you. Do not want my shield to get burned. Okay. Alright, so I should be able to snipe this target from over here. I'm quick. I said if I'm quick. Okay. If I'm not quick, then the Stalfos just hits me off the edge there, which is very annoying. Okay, more health. Alright, that's oh, that was actually a whole extra heart, which is nice. Now I can survive a hit from an Iron Knuckle, which obviously it would never come. I would never get hit by an Iron Knuckle. I'm not some sort of amateur. I think in my my last several seeds, I've got absolutely bodied by multiple Iron Knuckles. I've been really bad at getting in the sweet spot for where you're supposed to crouch stab them. Oops. So you can kill the Sculptula through the fence. You can also collect the item through the fence, which I will be doing because it is a piece of the Triforce. So when you re-grab a fence as young Link, you clip through it briefly, and so it's enough that you touch the item. That's how the vine clip glitch works, where you let go and re-grab, and like as you re-grab, you pull out a bomb chew, and the bomb chew explodes and blasts you through the thing you're climbing on, which only works because. Oops, I forgot. Link, please. It only works because Link is briefly actually inside the wall. Taking so much damage from these keys, totally unnecessarily. Okay, well, that was nothing. But it's good to get the child side done. Because you never know, maybe the boss key is good. Actually, yeah, we don't really care about the boss key, do we? Okay. I wish I had scale, that would make things easier. I guess... Do I just run there from CAC? Maybe that's the quickest thing to do. Oh, I'd like it to be daytime in CAG, though. Because there is a check I can do. I guess we're nowhere near daytime, so it's not worth waiting. I will be here as child at daytime at some point, I'm sure. Oh, and I have Nocturne, so it's really easy for me to get back here. So yeah, I don't need to worry about waiting around. Is CAC on the opposite side of Hyrule Field? I think it might be. Yeah, I might be as far away as it's possible to be, unfortunately. Yep, I am. But yeah, I guess nowhere else would have been particularly close. If I had gone to Temple of Time, then I guess that's possibly faster to get to Gerudo Valley. Okay. Well, we got a nice long back walk now. And I need to remember... I've got to make sure to play Bolero and do the soil patch in Deathmite Crater before I leave. Such dramatic music for Hyrule Field. I wonder what commuting is like in the world of Ocarina of Time. Because, like, surely some people don't live exactly where they work. Right? I mean, you've got these paths. People clearly travel around. You know, you've got like a well-worn path here leading up into Gerudo Valley. But like, I guess when I think about it, maybe no one is commuting, because like you've got the carpenters, but they have a tent, or that or they're locked up by the Gerudos. The Gerudos live in Gerudo Fortress. The people who work in CAC live in CAC. The people who work in the market, I'm assuming, live in Castletown. The Kokiri never leave Kokiri Forest, really. So yeah, maybe no one commutes. Maybe everyone just lives in their own little area, because like Fishing Guy is there all the time, day or night. So like, if he is sleeping, he's sleeping behind his desk, I guess. The lab guy is always there, and maybe he lives in the lab. Sure, why not, since I'm here. Okay, so we can't do the cow, but we can do the soil patch. So let's do that. Is the sound of Navi text popping up Link sneezing? Or is that something else? Like I feel like I've heard the Link sneezing sound effect a couple of times. It would be amusing if it was Navi text. Okay, so I think we have a little bit more waiting around to do, unfortunately, because I'm going to have to wait for it to be nighttime to get the sculpture above the little bridge. But the good news is... Well, maybe it's not good news. Maybe... What time of day is it? I guess it turned day not that long after leaving CAC. So I guess we probably shouldn't have too long before it turns night. Because... Oh, in fact, it seems to be happening right now. Perfect timing. So we clip out, we go back up to the top. Just as it turns night. Lovely. And now we can check this, and then I can head on down to Lake Hylia. Sure, I will take some extra money, because there is one thing that I need to buy. Okay, so now for where the hookshot could be, it can only be... Oh, okay, no, I was going to say it could be Karen House, because that is a Kokiri check, but no, I've had hints that Karen House is a Hylian shield, so I know it's not that. So it can be the sculpture on Soraya's house as adult, or it can be the check in the Song of Storms grotto, and I hope it's not that one, because I need Song of Storms for that. Okay, I'll grab that. And now I've got to be quick. Oh god, I have hardly any seeds. Okay, I'm going to try and shoot the sculpture on the island over there without having to swim over. Do I have enough time? Oh, I don't think I do. Well, I'm going to try. I don't have to wait another whole day-night cycle. No, I'm never making this. Okay, especially not if I miss all my shots. That was atrocious. Okay, well, never mind. Let's go check the Scrub Grotto here. And then I can do other stuff. I'll spend some time trying to farm up some more seeds, I guess, from the grass outside the lab. Oh, very funky music for talking to the owl. Yeah, and by the time I've done fishing and swum back over to the island, it'll probably be nighttime again, and then I can get that skull token. And then it's playing Bolero, playing Prelude, going back to adult, I think. Okay, one more skull token. I got another fire key, which puts us at 3, which means that I could actually then do something in Fire Temple. Alright, there's our Lake Hylia piece of Triforce that we had a hint for. I can remove that from my notes now. Oh, there's 2, in fact. Cool. So, okay, we're at 6. So that's actually, it's not too bad. So yeah, okay. I'm trying to think. What am I doing when I go to adult? I think I should probably check more dungeon entrances. To Gannon's Castle's foolish. Okay. Yeah, I should check more dungeon entrances because I want to find Deku. I want to find Ice Cavern. I'd like to know where Bottom of the Well is, even if I can't do it as adult, because like it's just a place with lots of checks, I guess. Okay, so let's get some seeds. Hopefully. How painful would 100 slices of cheese for 100 followers be? Probably really exhaustive. You need to randomize all sorts of things like bush and pot drops. Yeah, the difficulty with having lots of pieces of Triforce is you've got to make sure you have enough junk items in the pool. So it would be doable. It would be painful, I think, would be the best way to put it, because it's just doing that number of checks is tedious. Okay, arrow, don't care. Although, I guess, I mean, if you randomize grass, then yeah, sure, it means there are a lot more places that you might have to check, but also, like, there's lots of places with lots of chests, you know? Like, 48 slices of Hyrulean cheese, yeah. I think that probably would take all night and make me go blind. Okay, so when we do find Hookshot, now we should be able to Scarecrow summons it up fairly easily. But yeah, like having like Lake Hylia suddenly, if you randomize bushes, then suddenly Lake Hylia has way more checks than it previously did. But they're not hard to get, right? Like it's just you're adding more checks, but none of the checks are particularly difficult, I guess. So maybe it's not as bad as I think to randomize pots and grass and stuff. Having to find 100 pieces of the Triforce would be the bit that would suck, because it would mean I would need to check like a good chunk of checks. Like right now, with the settings I have, there are 500 checks. 499, but yeah, no, 500. So if I had to find all 100 pieces of the Triforce that were hidden in those 500 checks, then I don't know how to do the maths to figure out what the expected number of checks to actually have to check is, but it's a lot. And I would have to increase the number of checks in order to fit 100 pieces of the Triforce in there. So, yeah. Oh, I know. I want to swim over here. But it's an interesting idea. Like I do want to try and do some like long randomizers, like when I have time off work and things like that. When I have more energy, I'd love to do, start at noon and do full entrance randomizer, no logic, which could potentially that could take like 8 hours with my normal settings. And I still like if I do that, if I do an entrance, I think if I do an entrance randomizer seed, I want to make it so that every piece of music is Coconut Mall to really, really test my sanity. Oh, is that Requiem? Yeah, that's really good. In fact, okay, so I'm done here now. So let's just play that now. Almost wasn't paying attention to where I was standing, and almost... Please come back. Please come back. Where are you going? Bugs. Bugs, why? I was going to say, I almost wasn't paying enough attention to where I was standing and lost my bugs, and then it turns out, no, I did lose my bugs. Okay, well, there's more bugs over here. This is why the fish is superior when it comes to playing music. Okay, so, with that in mind, actually... I can play Requiem, get the Soul Patch outside Colossus. I can play Bolero, get the Soul Patch outside Fire Temple. That's all the soil patches. Then I don't need bugs, and I can get the superior fish from a grotto somewhere. So, that's the plan. I think this is the one with bugs. Yeah. Okay. a shame I don't have beans, because this is one of the few places where I would actually want to plant a bean. But it's not the end of the world. Let me just pop in and out real quick. Okay, shadow at spirit. That's fine. Okay, so I have 20 skulls, that puts me at 3 fire keys. I know there's a fire key in Ice Cavern, so if I find Ice Cavern, that'll put me at 4 fire keys, which is technically enough to be able to full clear the whole place. Or at least to check everything, if I save stuff, some of the checks. But I don't have hammer, which means I can't check everything. But I know what hammer is, at least. Okay, Bigor Cross Deku Seeds, which means that my claim check is junk. That's it for Hero's Child. Yeah, and there's no point me doing Wasteland because it's junk and I can't get through the gate into Gruda Valley as Child. So, Bolero, and then Prelude, and then back to Adult. Oh yeah, and check what Fire Temple entrance leads to. Oh, I should peer across the gap to see what's in the wall there, because that'll just save a little bit of time later of not having to go to it. So I'm going to wait for the Sculpture to spawn, or at least for the timer to spawn the Sculpture to run down, so it should spawn immediately. Yeah. Okay, can I see over there? I can't see. No. Okay. Maybe I have to be close if the items spawn in, or maybe it's camouflaged, or maybe I'm blind. These are all options. Oops. Okay. There's Ice Cavern. Okay. The weirdest place to find Ice Cavern in Fire Temple. Okay, and then replay Prelude, because I can't do anything in Hero's Child. Alright, so I have a lot of options when I go to Adult. I think I probably want to do Ice Cavern, maybe? Or should I make a quick detour to Kakiri first and try and find Hookshot since I know it's there? Okay, is there anything I can do at night time in Market right now? Let me check my notes real quick. No. Okay. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there. Equip that. Okay, CAC first, maybe? I'd love to find bombs before I do Ice Cavern, is the thing. Because it speeds it up a little bit in a couple of places. Yeah, and if I find explosives, then I can clear DC as well. Which I know is at Deku, so... Hey, what was Shadow again? Forest Temple. I can actually do a fair bit in Forest Temple right now. So I'll do that first, since I'm here. There we go. Oh, I should probably use this. Longer sword makes it easier. And luckily, ISG does not count for breaking Giant's Knife, because otherwise it would break pretty quick. Funny thing about Giant's Knife, magic spin attack doesn't break it, but regular spin attack does. So if you don't have enough magic and you try and do a spin attack with Giant's Knife, you can accidentally just completely break it in one go, because it'll hit multiple things as it's spinning around. Okay, so we're not quite halfway there on Piece of Triforce, but we've just entered the phase of the seed where things hopefully should speed up a bit. All the child checks are a little bit slow. I just tend to want to do them to save me having to go back and forth all the time, or like multiple times. Okay, I did pick it up. So yeah, now I'm just going to be popping into as many dungeons as I can to hoover up as many checks as I can get. So yeah, okay. Ideally, I find another forest key. Wow, 2 in here. Okay, so yeah, now we are halfway. So we're on track for a 3-hour seed all of a sudden. If I could find another Forest Temple key, that'd be very nice. I still couldn't clear Forest Temple, but I could make more progress than I would otherwise be able to. And yeah, I don't know where Deku is, but if I can find it, I can beat it. I think, can I? I can beat... I don't need that. I can beat DC, but I can't full clear it, I think, because I don't have explosives or hammer. But I can do quite a lot in there. And I can beat the boss, which lets me get into Ganon's castle. Or at least it helps me get into Ganon's castle. I need to beat 3 dungeons. Or 2 dungeons and find Greg, so Greg would also be nice to find. Oh, there's more Triforce. Okay. I've got to remember as well that I'm 1 Triforce piece up from what my count is, because I know that there's one in Child Potion Shop which I can afford. So let's not forget that. I cannot aim. Oh my god. There we go. Oh, I don't have hookshot, which means I can't do as much in here as I thought. I can at least look at what this is. Is not important. Now I have to leave immediately from here, somewhat annoyingly. Maybe I should just leave. Because yeah, I can't really do much else in here without hookshot or another key. So, where am I going? I wanted to go to Kokiri. Where am I currently? I'm currently Fire Temple. So I have to warp out because I can't. Yeah, okay, so let's... Oh wait, no, this wasn't fire, this was shadow. So okay, yeah, I'm warping to basically... where I was anyway, but it was slightly quicker than save warping, I guess. Is it daytime? I think it's not daytime. I want it to be daytime. Well, I can wake up Talon, at least. And then the next time I come through when it is daytime, I can talk to Anju. Okay, what other trade items do I have? I have prescription. Okay, not much use because I can't get into Zora's domain. So yeah, the plan is go to Deku, check the 1 sculpture that I hope is hookshot, and if it's, well, I guess regardless of if it is or it isn't, enter Deku because that goes to DC, and I can check a bunch of stuff in DC. But I'd really like to find bombs or bomb chews, or I guess if I find a wallet, that also gives me bomb chews. Okay, so now I want it to remain night, because I want to be in here at night time. Okay. So if we do find hookshot, then I should also go all the way through Lost Woods to Forest Temple entrance, see what that is. And I'm gonna have to equip swap Boomerang if this is Hookshot, because otherwise I won't be able to pick it up. Please be Boomerang? Oh, not Boomerang, Hookshot. No, okay, it was not to be, so it must be the Song of Storms Grotto. Okay, well, let's go into DC and do what we can do with DC. Oops, I thought I drew an arrow. Just taking as much damage as possible from these enemies. Okay. So it feels kind of weird to come into DC without explosives, but then I have to remind myself that is the way that the game intends you to enter DC, that you get the Goron bracelet and come in here and find the bomb bag in here. So I guess let's just keep our fingers crossed that the bomb bag is in here. I will check this hint because we're still early enough in the seed that it could be something useful. This is going to be kind of slow. I guess maybe it doesn't make sense to be doing this right now, because I'm going to waste so much time waiting for explosives to blow up, because bomb flowers are way slower than bombs to explode. Oh yeah, and it's gonna be a pain to check this sculpture here, although it is doable. I'm just gonna aim carefully. More carefully than that. There we go. Okay, what is it? That's a forest key, okay. Well, I'll write that down because we know we need one more forest key. This is the DC Scarecrow called Sculpture. Oh, I need another explosive. So, luckily... these guys blow up when they die, so I can actually use them to break the wall here. But again, so slow. Like, this is not efficient. In fact, I can't beat this without explosives because I can't light the big Dodongo's eyes. I shouldn't be in here. Okay, I'm gonna leave. It's just a bad idea because there's no point coming in and doing like half the dungeon and then. Well, okay, no, sod it. I'll do the one other check on the right hand side, and then at least the right side is done. In fact, well, okay, let me think about where the checks are. Maybe it makes sense for me to do some more of this, just because it's not going to be any like much slower to do it right now than to come back and do it later. I think. I don't know. I want to be checking stuff. I want to find something that will allow me to get hookshot. Because it's such a pain being without hookshot. Okay. I will call it for now, I think. So, okay, what was Fire Temple entrance was Ice Cavern. Okay, so I can do stuff in Ice Cavern, so let's go do stuff in Ice Cavern. I feel, yeah, more than anything, I want explosives. Like bombs would open up a lot of stuff for me right now. And that's part of the reason that I wanted to try and beat dungeons, is because if I can't have bombs, at least I could have hammer, because I know that's in Ganon's castle, but I need to beat 3 dungeons to do that. And one of the dungeons that's normally like the easy one to beat, DC, I can't do because I don't have explosives. So it's kind of catch-22. I could beat Deku, no problem. I could beat Jabu actually, because I do have Boomerang. So maybe it's not that bad. I need to find them first though, so yeah, I should be prioritizing checking dungeon entrances, I guess. This is overkill, but I didn't want to have to muck around with my equips. Okay, let's go this way first. We have a skull token. We have nothing. And we have a chest which contains, we'll find out shortly. Ooh. Mirror shield, okay, that is... yeah, I was talking about this earlier, like it's a little bit good in Triforce Hunt. It's nowhere near as good as it would have been in regular Seed. But it means I can do a little bit more in Spirit. If I had more keys. I only have the one key, so I can't do very much in Spirit right now. That's the point, though, I should go into Spirit. Soraya's song isn't there, it turns out. Where was Spirit? Spirit was... Oh, DC, so that's really easy to get into. So maybe that's where I go after I'm done in here, is Spirit Temple. These guys. Okay, can I avoid getting frozen? Nope. Well, I mean, that wasn't me getting frozen, but I am going to get frozen because of that, I think. Because now the keys are going to be able to catch up to me, maybe? Oh no. I'm giving the runaround. Okay, wow, miraculous. All that for 5 rupees. And then I almost ran into the ice breath there and got frozen anyway. Okay. Alright. Leave me alone. Oh my god. I had to jinx it. Didn't I? Okay. Oh, I'm kind of low on health. I need to be a little careful. He says, getting damaged. Oh, good grief. Okay, well, not much more to check in here. This is, yeah, unfortunately this is the room where I would want bombs, because it speeds things up if I have bombs. Since I don't, I have to do this a slow way, which I don't actually really know how to do very well, because I'm so unused to doing this room normally. Just don't want to deal with getting frozen anymore. Okay, well, that is an item, so let's equip Boomerang and let's grab it. Any second now. There we go, okay. Nice. Okay, and I'm reasonably sure you can't Boomerang these. You certainly can't if you miss. If you miss twice. If you... What is... Let's back up a little bit. Yeah, okay. As I thought, Boomerang doesn't work. So... I'm gonna have to do... I think I have to, yeah, I have to reset it after this, because there's no way to get the ice block into the right place from there. So now I need just this last silver rupee over here, if I can remember how to get it, which maybe I can't. And then after the silver rupee, I need to get... actually, I think maybe does it work? I need to get the ice block over to where the gate is right there, so I can actually get out. Because normally I'd ground jump up there, but can't ground jump, no bombs. But I think this works. It's just like on the way to the configuration I want, so we're good. Yeah, so I think I can just jump from here. Okay, cool. And then we'll need one more ice arrow. Bit of a shame that I can't have both boomerang and ice arrow because I need to equip swap over ice arrow. Okay, well that was quick. Last two checks. I feel like we didn't really get anything from in here. Okay, a GTG key and a fire. No, okay, we got a lot of fire keys. Okay, so I need to warp out of here. I'm gonna go back to CAC, I think. Which is this? Because why? Oh, I can pick up the other fire key from the 20 skull reward. And then I've got 4 fire keys, which is a decent number of fire keys. Okay, and we're now done with ice arrows, which means I may as well just equip swap this over them before I find... If I find Weird Egg, then I won't be able to equip swap anymore. So let's get Boomerang on the C button. Okay, and I don't have a lot of health, I don't have a lot of magic, so let's get some of that here. Lovely. Okay, and I guess I can do Windmill Guy since I'm here. Alright, so where am I going next? I should go and learn Scarecrow's song just so I have it ready for if I do find a hookshot. Okay, we found a shadow key. That's actually kind of big. Shadow was... Oh wait, no, never mind. I can't do anything in Shadow Temple because I have no hover boots, I have no hookshot, and I have no explosives. Okay. I think it's almost daytime. I'm gonna just pop out real quick, wait for it to be day and come back in, because I can do archery game and turn in Pocket Cucko. So that's 2 quick checks right there. And then DC entrance was Spirit, right? Yeah, so I should go into Spirit, because I can do some stuff in Spirit. Although without hookshot, parts of it are going to suck. Okay, I think that was the turning day sound. Yep. So we have turning night is the turning day sound, and turning day is a horse clopping. A single clop. Oh wait, did I already do this? I already did this. I remember talking about having to pay attention. Oh well. I may as well finish it now. This is only 20 rupees that I would have lost out on if I just left, but... Yeah. Okay, well that was a waste of time, because my memory is awful. And I can't remember what I did in the last 1 hour and 50 minutes, apparently. That's too far back for my powers of recollection to work. Okay, so there we go, up to 4 fire keys. I know there's another shadow key in Fire Temple. But Fire Temple was bottom of the well. No, Fire Temple was Jabu, so I can't get in there. Okay, Thieves' Hiding keyring. That's good. Did I already? I must have. Oh yeah, I must have already spoken to her when I did the archery game the first time. Okay. DC. That's where I was going because that's Spirit, and I can do some stuff in there. I'd love some non-warp songs. I mean, particularly Song of Storms, because I'm like 99% sure Song of Storm gets me hookshot. Yeah, she used to be a Gerudo, but she's not anymore. I should really learn consistently how to do the triple slash clip to get it through here without solar gauntlets, because it is like often useful to be able to come in here early. And it's not that difficult of a trick, really. Like, you pause buffer it, so the timing isn't the issue. It's just like being able to shield in time so I don't void out is difficult. Wow, doing a lot of bonking into walls here. Okay, and we can have a peek at what this is. We can if we don't get smashed in the back by a boulder. Okay, there's Soraya's song. So Soraya's song is locked behind Song of Time, which is not great. Let me update my notes for that. Okay. So the good news there, I guess, is that Soraya's song only gets you 3 checks. There's the Frog Song, there's Skull Kid, and there's Darunia. So it doesn't have any use beyond that. So I guess it gets you a magic hint, but we already have magic, so we don't need to worry about that. So, yeah, I have no more keys for here. Okay, there's the boss key, that's nice. So... can I... It is possible to get to... Oh no, I would need hookshot to do that trick, so yeah, never mind. There's a trick to get to the boss door without having to lower the platform from the ceiling. But yeah, I would need hookshot. I do not have hookshot. Okay, what do you have? Okay, there's Bomb Chews. That's really good. Bomb Chews were at Bazaar, so I just need to go there. Which is handy because it's actually pretty close by. In fact, because I'm now locked in this room because I can't blow up the wall, I'm gonna save warp out of here and go and get Bomb Chews. Okay, that's pretty good. So that lets me do a ton more stuff. That opens up a lot, having Bomb Chews. What makes sense to do first? What does it do the most for me? So, okay, it makes going to GTG's Child pretty tempting. And GTG was bottom of the well? Yeah. It also lets me get into GTG, which is bottom of the well entrance as adult. I need Bomb Chews for that. Okay, there we go. Let's equip those. There, we'll put Boomerang down there. Okay. So now I can beat DC. But I'm gonna... Well, okay. I have no more Spirit Keys, so I can't actually do very much more in Spirit. So... Where was DC? Was it Deku? Okay, that's a bit of a pain to get to. I'm so indecisive. I guess I can do Hierophil Grottos. It's just like for something to do. But it's honestly, it's kind of tempting to go back to Child. just to do GTG, because there's a lot of checks in there. Oh, okay, Minuet. That's actually really nice. Let's just play that now, because there's a check immediately, and then I can also get the 2 hints. Oh, but I want to be there at nighttime, though, don't I? So I'm so incapable of making a decision here. What dungeon entrances haven't I checked? I haven't checked Ice Cavern entrance, but I guess I can check that now. I haven't checked Forest Temple, and I can't check it. I haven't checked Water Temple, and I can check it, and I should go there. And I haven't checked GTG entrance, and I haven't checked oh, maybe that's it actually. See, Ice Cavern, Forest, GTG. There's one on Water. Yeah. Okay, so those are the 4 I haven't checked. I'm gonna go. What am I doing? Fire was a jabber, but I can't get in there. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should go to GTG? Like actual GTG? I'd have to hover across the bridge, which is a little bit nerve-wracking, because I'm not very good at that hover. Yeah, and if I go to Lake Hylia, all I can really do is check Water Temple entrance, which is, you know, that's good. I need to do that. And learn Scarecrow Song, but I can't do anything else there, really. Oh. Greg, okay, that's good. Okay, so now I really should go beat DC. Because then I'm only 1 dungeon away from being able to get into Ganon's castle and a whole bunch of checks there. I guess I will continue doing a little bit of a Circuit of Hyrule Field and getting the grottos, because if I leave them half done, I'll forget and never check some of them. Oh, hover boots, okay. That's not great that they're there. This is the Tektite Grotto. So I need 2 scales or iron boots to get that, which is bad. Because there's no hint for either of those items, so there's no way for me to make it easier to get that. And hover boots is like a very major item that means it's a lot easier to unlock a lot of stuff. Although, I mean, I only need 8 more pieces of Triforce, so maybe what I do is hover across the bridge, check some stuff in Gerudo Valley, go to Gerudo Fortress, clear Gerudo Fortress, get into GTG, find out whatever it is. If it's Deku, I can full clear it. If it's Jabu, I can full clear it. If it's bottom of the well, I can't do anything. If it's water, I can't do much. So we have a 50-50 chance of it being a dungeon we can just beat, which would put us at 3 dungeon rewards. Then I should check Water at Temple entrance. What am I doing? That's not a thing. Okay, I need to hover across here. There is a decent chance that I fail this hover, because it isn't easy. If I was not playing on stream, I would save state, because there's a good chance I'm about to fall off, and then I'll have to climb all the way back up again. You've gotten better at narrating your thoughts and keeping a discussion going since you started streaming. Thank you very much for saying so. Oof. Oh my god. It was something that I was a little concerned about after I took that big break from streaming, that I would have not forgotten how to stream exactly, but forgotten how to maintain a conversation. Ah, shit! I was thinking, do I just side hop? It's probably safest to side hop because maybe I reach, but oh well. Lots of people do that trick with pause buffers. I just YOLO it. Sometimes it works, and YOLOing it is the correct choice. But okay, we can check Water Temple entrance here, and I can learn Scarecrow's song. But yeah, I was going to say the one of the things I was concerned about after my big break from streaming was that I would have forgotten how to talk, basically. But turns out, just a little bit of practice, and you know, it all comes back to you. So yeah, let's try and get as many bomb shoes here as we can, because I'm going to have to try that hover again. And really, I guess it's... I probably would have made sense to come here before Gerudo Valley, actually, because all I really need to do here is get Scarecrow's song and check the Water Temple entrance, and it's either Water Temple entrance is either a dungeon I can full clear or a dungeon I can do nothing in. So it'll either be like full clear it and leave, or leave immediately, and then I'm just gonna back where I am, and then. But there's more to do in Gerudo Fortress than just check a dungeon entrance. So it would make more sense to do it in that order, I think, maybe? I don't know. Okay, we've got 23 chews. I'll farm some more after leaving Water Temple, I guess. And there's nothing I can do in the lab. I don't have Eyeball Frog right now. Okay, how well do I remember this? Well enough, it turns out, to do it first try. Oh, camera. And then I don't want to jump. I want to walk off the edge. There we go. Okay. If you mess that up, you hit the loading zone for lab and end up entering lab from the wrong side of the door, which is not what I wanted to do. I'm very glad that I learnt a consistent setup for that clip, because my previous way of rubbing myself up against the corner of the lab until I think that I may be in the right position, and then backflipping and hoping that I clip through, was not a sensible way of doing things. Off. Speaking of not sensible, I tried to cut the corner and paid the price for my hubris. Okay, well, let's do it again. I am definitely not 100% today. I think it's fair to say my long weekend of massive procrastination has, I think, left my brain a little bit frazzled. I've been staying up way too late as well. Like I'm gonna be suffering tomorrow when I have to get up for work. Oh my god. That didn't work. This is a little bit annoying. Nope. Okay, I don't know if that's actually salvageable, having messed up the start. Oh, turns out it is. Lovely. Okay, this time we don't accidentally clip in bounds. Maybe it being nighttime helps, I don't know. I have to assume it probably doesn't really make any difference, because... Well, okay, I guess I can shoot the sculpture. So when I leave here, if I'm lucky, this is a dungeon I can full clear. If I full clear it when I leave, oh no, if I full clear it when I leave, it'll be daytime. Scratch that. But if I full clear it and leave, it'll put me on the warp pad at the top, which is kind of where I want to be, because then I can shoot the sculpture on the tree and shoot the sun when it comes up to see what that item is. Is Jabu, okay, so we can full clear this. Where's my... So Jabu is at water. Okay. And we already have Boomerang. Okay, so this puts us... yeah, this is just one dungeon beaten, but we know where DC is, and we know that we can beat DC, so we'll do DC next, and then I'll go to Ganon's Castle. I think. Oh, pardon me. Good grief. Just have a quick look at these two. That's a bottom of the well key, I think. I will come and pick that up later. hate trying to navigate past these bubbles. Also, the bubble sound is gunfire, which is a little disconcerting. I was not able to see what that was. Money, we don't really care. Actually, we do care because... Oh no, we don't. The reason I don't have very much money is because I already bought bomb shoes. Let me take that out of my notes. There we go. I am picking up fish chicks. However, this fish chick is, I think, like 12. So because we don't want Link to get cancelled, we'll say that he's just babysitting. He's doing that thing that like uncles do, where you know, you pick up a small child and just fling them around in the air, and they find it hilarious. Oh wait, I can't. I have to jump slash in order to get deep enough in the water to get down there as adult, which is going to be annoying. Can I do it from here? Nope, I have to do it off the platform. Great. Okay. All this for one check. But hey, watch it be really important. Ah, I got my hopes up because it played the little, whoops, the little cutscene thing. Okay. And I'm not going to be quick enough for the platform, I think, probably. Oh, no, I am. Cool. Good. Don't have to wait for another cycle on that one. All right. So, yeah, okay, I've got to kill a tentacle. I've got to kill some stingers. I've got to kill some bubbles. Then I got to pick up that bottom of the well key. Can't forget that. And then, yeah, hover up and beat Baronade. Throwing my nephews was always fun. They didn't care much for the bounce passes. Yeah. The way that you throw a rugby ball is, like, well, the way you're supposed to throw a rugby ball is that, like, you put spin on it as it leaves your hand, basically. But it's like an underarm pass, not like a overarm American football pass. And so, like, I think there's a scene in a Yakuza game where they throw a baby around using rugby passes, and the baby like spins through the air because they're doing correct rugby passes where you spin the ball. I appreciated the attention to detail. I still find it kind of like weirdly incongruous that Japan is like they really like rugby. Like Japan is one of the like top 10 teams in the world for rugby. Which when you think like when I think of like rugby players, I think of, you know, big lads. And typically when I think of Japanese people, other than, you know, outside of sumo, I don't tend to think big lads. But I know that a lot of the Japanese players are Pacific Islanders, but I think of Pacific Islanders, I definitely do think big lads, so that's how they fill out some of their player base, I guess. Wait, no. You're coming with me, over there. I missed. If you aim Ruto correctly, you can kill one of the stingers with her. The important thing is Vibruto! I learned how to do this recently, so I'm going to do it every time. Look at her go. She's having a whale of a time. Okay, so I want to backtrack to get that bottom of the well key, and then I can hover up to the platform that lowers down. In theory, hovering up to that platform is quicker. In practice, depending on how bad I am at the hover, it may end up being, oh my god, significantly slower. Okay, and now it's quicker to save warp. Here's another place where I wish I had hover boots, because if I had hover boots, I wouldn't need to do this hover. Beery hover is what it's called, I just remembered. It's fun, like it's a neat trick, but I'm not the most consistent at it, because my positioning for the Beery is often a little off. Oh, okay, I think I lucked into it. So it needs to be above you, and then you need to backflip into it repeatedly, because every single time you shield it, it raises up in the air. And if you shield damage with ISG, the ground is basically set to where you are in midair, so you can stand on the air. So I'm backflipping, and then shielding damage, which freezes me in midair, and then the Beery is raising up because I shielded damage off it, and then I can backflip again and softlock myself and get stuck. Fantastic. This is a thing that can happen with this trick. Okay, so it is possible to get out of it, but I have to leave and re-enter, because otherwise it'll take forever for the Beery to come back down again. And this is where I said that in theory it's quicker to hover up there than to do the rest of the dungeon normally and beat Big Octo. In practice, if you fail the hover, then it is not quick. But I'm committed now, and I need to practice it anyway, so let's try again. Okay, I think this might be better. I think possibly the problem last time is that the Beery was in front of me when I started hovering, and as you hover up, there's a bit of the wall that sticks out, which moves you a little bit to the right, I think. And so my position relative to the Beery changed. Because it's on my right now, I think I'm okay. I could just be completely talking out my arse here. We'll see. Just a couple more. There we go. Okay, we made it up. All of that just to stand here, lower this down, and all of that because I need a box. It is possible to get through that door without a box. You can position yourself carefully on the switch, and then you roll forward real quick, and you can open the door before the little webs or whatever it is cover it up again. But I don't know how to do that, so I will not be trying. Well, we got that first try at least. Okay, so now just this guy. Don't need that, and now we can beat Baronade, and then that is a dungeon entirely done. Okay, can I have a clean Baronade fight? My last few Baronade fights have been abysmal. So I'm gonna... Well, first of all, let me put my boomerang somewhere where it's easier to use. Yeah, I'm gonna try and lock in a little bit here. Okay. Alright, that was, dare I say, perfect. So we're rolling it, well, not taking damage from Baronade or getting hit by Baronade makes them get out of the ground quicker. And if you roll into them at the right time, you don't take any damage, so that's why I'm rolling in there. I'm not accidentally taking damage, it's on purpose. Okay, so Jabu, done. And now I'm going to get put on top of Lakilia with it being daytime. Wow, the bait and switch there with the music. It's playing the chest open sound for me having killed the boss, but then it didn't play the fanfare at the end of the chest opening sound, which is weird to hear. You hear the build-up of the da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then there's just nothing. That'll be a thing to enjoy for future boss fights. So yeah, it's daytime, and I think it's early daytime. Can't even see the sun. Hello? Where is the sun? There it is. Okay, so it's midday, so I'm not going to wait around all that time. So what I should do now is go and beat DC. DC is at Deku, and I have Minuet of Forest, so I think that's the quickest way there. So let's do that. There we go. It's a shame it's not nighttime, because if it was, I could get more checks here, but I'm just going to Deku to beat Deku. I could get this hint as well, I guess. We already knew that. So it's good to go to Ganon's castle early because there's a lot of checks in there. And I know that Hammer's in there, and Hammer would be kind of useful now. Because I would kind of like to go to Fire, because I have enough keys to be able to beat Fire. And if I have hammer, then I can full clear it. Shadow key at spirit. Do I already have that written down? No, I'll write that down. Unless I already found... Because I did already find a shadow key. Did I find that in Spirit Temple? Maybe I did. I guess if I clear the rest of Spirit Temple and don't find a shadow key, then I know I already found it. I also need to go back to Spirit Temple at some point because there's more stuff for me to check in there now that I have bomb shoes. Oh. Okay, another spirit key. So I really should go back to Spirit Temple. I think 3 spirit keys is the number required for me to... Actually, no, hang on, let me think. With 2... Can I get to the boss with just 2? I think maybe I can. But I'd have to do a lot of save scumming if I wanted to check everything in Spirit Temple. But I already have the boss key, so maybe I don't care that much and I can just go straight to the boss. Except I don't really care about beating bosses. Nemo, hello! It's wonderful to see you. How are you doing? I'm lost. Where am I? Oh, no, I'm not lost. I just forgot where I was. I was momentarily displaced. Okay, I should be able to check this. Oh no, it's not nighttime, never mind. It has been a while. I know you had, well, you've had a lot going on. Wait, I need to leave. What with Discord getting hacked and schoolwork and stuff. Do I even need to go back in? I guess there's one grotto I can do. I saw your tweet earlier about your project partner, and I'd done so well at suppressing all memories of working with people in university, but it brought back a lot of memories of the group project I had in computer science, which had like all of the classic components of a group project, where there was one member who literally turned up to like one meeting and then didn't do any work or show up to anything ever again, and possibly was like in the country illegally, saying that he was attending university when he was actually working, and may have got deported. I don't know. Like, he certainly wasn't there for the second semester. And there was also a guy who like was there and was like attending meetings and contributing in terms of like talking about stuff, but in terms of the actual work, did basically nothing. Didn't write up any of the final stuff. And then there was me and one other guy who like did most of the work. The other guy was like the organized guy, and I was the try-hard who actually wrote almost all of the code and went like way too like, what's the word I'm looking for? Too extra credit, I guess, would be a way to put it. That we were supposed to be making a like a program that you could write in instructions, like draw a triangle with like this size, or you know, draw a square, or like draw a polygon with a certain number of sides, kind of thing. And I kind of went overboard a little bit because I got really enthusiastic about being like enjoying writing code, and so I wrote like 2 programs that solved the same problem in 2 different ways, documented the whole thing, it did extra stuff that we didn't need to do, and like it was impressive enough that it got a standing ovation from the rest of the class, which is like, when it's a crappy program for drawing shapes, you would think it would be difficult to impress anyone, but we managed to do pretty well. I'm still like actually kind of proud of that piece of work. I'm sure if I looked at the code now, I'd be horrified because I actually know how to code now when I didn't really then. But yeah, that group project was like, yeah, I guess it was the archetypal group project experience. I'm trying to think if I ever did a group project in physics. We did a presentation that was like a group presentation, but it wasn't like, no real studying was required. It was more like paraphrase a Wikipedia page kind of thing. It was just like, I think the university wanted to have, like, there was some like, you have to teach people how to give a presentation kind of requirement, and so they did that. programming is one of the few fields I find group projects to make sense for, since a lot of industry work is collaborative in some regard. Yeah, I 100% I agree. Like, if you're not used to working with other people in programming and like reviewing code and doing all this sort of stuff, then you're missing some important skills. But yeah, foreign language classes, I don't know. The cynical part of me wonders, like, is getting people to do group projects a way to have less marking to do, right? That if you put people in groups of 10, then you have 10 times as like fewer things to grade when it's all done. I forgot what I was going to do. I was going to beat DC, and beat DC, go to Ganon's Castle. That was what I was going to do next. And then, at some point, go to Spirit, and do the rest of Spirit. If I can find another Shadow key, I'd like to go to Shadow. I can check a lot of stuff there. I guess I only need 5 more pieces of Triforce, actually. So, well, 4, because I know that there's one in a shop that I can buy as a child. So maybe, actually, depending on how lucky we are, we could be almost done. Well, we'll see. I don't want to jinx it. I guess an option is, if I do find enough Triforce pieces quickly enough, okay, another Spirit key. So I'm definitely going to Spirit after I've done Ganon's Castle. If I find all the Triforce pieces quickly enough, and I feel like I have energy to keep going, maybe I just beat the seed normally, like get 7 dungeon rewards, and kill Ganondorf and Ganon. Because I mean, I already have bow, light arrows, magic, so like that part of it is done. It's just a matter of beating dungeons. I already have Greg, which means I have to beat 1 fewer dungeon. I have Boomerang, I have Mirror Shield, and I'm about to have Hammer, probably. So beating dungeons is quite easy. So yeah, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I do just actually beat the whole seed. It was a group optional project. You're allowed to do it on your own. However, the goal is to provide information on tourism attractions in the city, which I just moved to and living in an entirely different country. Right, yeah. I can see how that would be tricky to I mean, I guess you could just make it all up. It's always possible. But, yeah. Having somebody who actually knows the area would make that a lot easier. I'm trying to think now how well could I describe touristy things to do in Portland? Because I've been here like almost 9 years at this point, so in theory I should have a fairly decent idea of stuff to do here, but I never do things, so there's a lot of things I've heard of in passing but never done myself. And then there's a few things I have done myself that like maybe they're not actually that big of a tourist thing, and it's like some like weird niche thing that only my in-laws really did. Oh, actually, thinking of Portland things, I should keep my eyes peeled. There's an annual tradition here of the Santa clones, and so there's this guy who for some reason decided he was going to start collecting these little light-up Santa figurines, and he got a lot of them, like several hundred, and he started renting out spaces in the city around Christmas time and just putting them on display, just like lined up in a grid, basically, not like particularly elaborately displayed. But where they were going to be was always like a mystery, and he would leave cryptic clues to help people find the Santa clones each year. And then, like, as it became more of a thing, people would like donate more to him, so the army of Santa clones continued to grow. So I should probably try and figure out where the Santa clones are, because that is like a little weird annual tradition. My partner is much more competent Japanese than myself, so it's a small consolation that she still makes mistakes. That make mistakes I would consider unthinkable. Yeah, it's nice to have a little sort of perspective, right, of shit. I guess I could, so there's a trick you can do to feed King Dodongo a bomb chew. If you backflip at just the right time and pull out a bomb chew, you can get him to eat it, but I'm bad at it, so I guess I should have tried to do it because the bonfire wasn't going to work. But oh well. It's yeah, it's funny, like it's a similar kind of thing for me with writing code, that there'll be some like senior engineer who knows, like who's been coding for like 30 years or something, and they know the product really well, they know the code base really well, and they'll make some mistake, or they'll do something in a way where I'm like, there is just an objectively better way to do this, and it's really obvious to me, and they just like, yeah, they didn't know about it. Good to know that there's always something to learn, right? Hopefully the group project will not be too stressful for you to get it finished. The last, like, I feel like the last day of a group project is always stressful because, like, someone will have not done enough work, someone will have forgotten something, there'll be, yeah, stuff left to the last minute. Okay, let's... Oh, I didn't need to do that. Let's go to Ganon's castle and get a hammer. This is probably quicker. So, yeah, okay, I need 5 more, but I really only need 4 more. If I go back to child after this, I can do weird egg. Is it worth doing that? It's probably not actually worth going back to child at this point, even to get bunnyhood, which makes me run around faster. I should just go to spirit and do what I can do in spirit, and then I should go to fire and do what I can do in fire, and then I'll probably have enough Triforce pieces. Okay, let's see. Okay, I don't have fire arrows, which is a shame. So I can't do spirit trial. Or shadow trial. But I can do most of the rest of this place, so... Okay, well, we've got plenty of money. Okay, none of them had anything particularly good. But we all know that light trial is where the real juicy stuff is, so... Okay. You also get some really good music for being in Ganon's castle. I think this is like one of the best pieces of music in. Oh, that was weird. I couldn't pull out my bow. Yeah, this is one of the best pieces of music in all of Zelda, I think. This boss fight music. And there's the hammer. Hooray! Okay, so that's the main reason we came here, but of course we're going to check everything else while we're here. Okay, so I've got Kujira, I haven't got Odd Potion. Ooh, that's good, that'll speed things up, okay. So I don't need to check that one chest, but I do need to check this one. There's a hookshot, amazing, that's so good. Okay. So now I know that Longshot is Kiri. Oh, and because I have hookshot now, I can check Spirit Tile. That was a very, very lucky find. Just get those guys to leave me alone. Oh, on the subject of Japanese and relative levels of competence in it, sorry, I just read what you wrote on the subject of programming. I will read your message first. On the subject of programming, I watched a 2-hour rant about C++ last night, and it made me realise that my university taught me the most demanding modern language as an introduction to the field. I'm curious, what was the broad overview of the C++ rant? Because I did my my master's project in C++, and before I got my first actual programming job, I considered myself a C++ programmer. because I'd done most programming in C++ rather than Java. So I'm curious what the complaints they had about it were. Like, I'm sure I could guess, but I'm curious what what they chose to focus on for it. Also, anything nasty you might have to say about C++? If you've ever tried to use C is just worse. Like, all the things that you might not like about C++, C does them more, I think. Although I do understand why people love C, because it's so close to the like the hardware. It's such a low-level programming language that it lets you do things way more efficiently than higher level languages. Okay, that's junk, and we can't check that other one. And we just found bombs, which is again perfect, because that means I can check the Ganaboski chest. So I'm here. Okay. I probably shouldn't really be checking this, because it's kind of out of the way for just one check. I failed the trick. But we can try again. Okay, screw it. It is not worth it for one check when we're in Triforcent, but especially when I've basically got all the good items at this point. Okay, where am I going next? I was nodding off, but there was much to do about the nature of naming, the sheer number of things that you're not supposed to do, and how lacking the standard library is on fucking namespaces. I'm not entirely sure what namespaces are, I'm just to be honest. Where am I going? Okay, it's nighttime now, so now I do want to go here. And we can check what Forest Temple entrance is as well. Okay, water, which... no iron boots. So I can't do much in here. Okay, well let's write it down at least. Water at forest. Okay, so the two entrances I haven't checked are Garuda Training Grounds and Ice Cavern. Okay. Oh yeah, so on the subject of Japanese, I before they flew off to Canada and then Japan, my in-laws were around and they invited me over for a meal because they like me because I'm great. I say my ex-in-laws, right? That's when you know you've made a good impression on the parents, is after divorcing their child, they still want to hang out with you. Okay, where am I going? I want to go to Spirit, which is at DC, which is here basically. What was Shadow Temple entrance? Forest. Can I do forest? No, I need an extra key. Okay. So yeah, I was hanging out with them and I was talking, and I mentioned a local Japanese bakery, which I used to go and have my lunch at almost every day when I worked in the office, because it was delicious and convenient and nearby. And the name of the bakery is Oyatsupan, except pronounced correctly, because I said Oyatsupan, and my mother-in-law, who is Japanese, was like, "What was that? Sorry, what?" I said, "Oyatsupan." She was like, "Well, I don't understand," and I said it like slowly, trying to enunciate, and she was like, "Oh," and it was like a kind of a disappointed "oh" of, "Oh, that's what you were attempting to say. That was the sound you were trying to make," and it just really just struck home of like, I'm so bad at Japanese pronunciation that I can't tell how bad at it I am. Right, I'm not even able to notice that I'm pronouncing something differently from the way that it should be pronounced. And obviously, you know, part of that is that I just don't ever actually speak Japanese. I can understand simple spoken Japanese, and I can read like hiragana, katakana, and some kanji, but I don't ever speak Japanese out loud, and you don't learn to pronounce things correctly unless you're speaking Japanese to people. So that's the excuse that I'm using. Could you kindly fuck off? Okay, what was this item? Beans, I will take them. Okay, I've got to not forget that I have hammer as well. In fact, hammer should just go here. Okay, and so yeah, I've got plenty of spirit keys, so I can do everything in here and I can beat Spirit Temple, which is nice. That'll put me at 5 dungeon rewards. Not that I don't need dungeon rewards, but if I was going to get to 7 and beat the seed, that gets me closer. I still haven't found Deku, so that's like another free one basically. I'm trying to think, is there any chance that I can't beat this dungeon? I don't think there is, because I already have the boss key. So let's go check the child side of stuff. My experience of learning Japanese formally for the first time after a decade of self-study is that this language has hands, and Chinese would never hurt me the way that it does. That's really interesting to me. I was always under the impression that Chinese was significantly more difficult than Japanese. Well, I guess it depends on, like, difficult how. In terms of pronunciation, Japanese seems a lot simpler to me, because while it is tonal, it's not tonal to the degree that that Chinese is. Let me shoot this sculpture and see what it is. Oh, I can even actually get across there because I have Scarecrow's song. Not that I need to. Okay. I've just noticed as well that we have GoldenEye music again, which is great because GoldenEye music is good. Okay, let's light the torches. I think this is the music from the level Statue, I think, which is like not one of the levels people tend to think of. I guess most of the time people think of the multiplayer levels when they think of GoldenEye stuff, because it had a lot more play in multiplayer than in single player, probably. Maybe this isn't Statue, actually. Maybe this is Archives? I don't remember. I've heard that learning Japanese has a few moments of don't ask why, just memorize. I feel like if you can handle English, then you're used to that kind of thing, right? Chinese has a fully front-loaded difficulty curve. Once you learn to say things, and the characters were created by people who knew what they were doing, it's pretty easy. Most sentences are patterns that you just slot words into. Okay. Is it then the grammar in Japanese is the thing that makes it a nightmare? Okay, what is in this chest? We kind of hope that this chest is junk so I can save a key. It is junk, so I can save a key. Okay, that's the child side of Spirit. So now we're heading up the adult side. And I guess I'm just hoping to find more Triforce pieces while I go. I've convinced myself. I'm gonna ignore the Triforce hunt part of this seed, and I'm going to beat Ganon and Ganondorf normally, because it feels like it's not going to be difficult to do. I just need to beat 3 more dungeons. I can beat the one I'm currently in. I will be able to beat Deku when I find it. And if I can find 1 more forest key, or I can get into Fire Temple, I can almost certainly beat Fire Temple as well. So I'm feeling pretty good about being able to beat this seed fairly quickly. I speak 2 languages, English and not well. I feel like I can only really say that I speak 1 language. I'm capable of understanding some things said in French, Welsh, and Japanese. But I wouldn't say that I can really speak any of them. Like, I can probably speak a bit of, like, I could probably make myself understood in French, I guess. I don't think I could do that in Japanese, and my vocabulary in Welsh is incredibly rusty, so... Another Fire Temple key. Okay, so we can definitely beat Fire Temple. We can definitely beat Spirit Temple. and we can definitely be Decutry. So in fact, yeah, I can just... setting a live notification to be in Welsh could be fun. I'd have to use Google Translate, which feels like cheating if I'm trying to show off that I can speak Welsh, you know. Have I swung my sword since I got QPA? Maybe I haven't. I have. Okay. I forget when I swung my sword. Okay. Did not want to get hit by the air knuckle there because it would have killed me. It's actually, thinking about Welsh, I'm going to have to practice my Welsh a bit. I'm going to get the opportunity to practice my Welsh a bit when I go home for Christmas because my sister-in-law, who's married to my brother, is first language Welsh. So all her family speak Welsh at home. And she is raising her daughter, my niece, to also be first language Welsh. Obviously, she is also learning English, because you've got to learn English. But they speak a lot of Welsh to her at home. And my brother, who is not first language Welsh, has made the effort to become better at Welsh, so that he can like talk to his wife's family more and his daughter. So I want to make the effort to speak Welsh for my niece. Crap. I feel like I had a bit of a raw deal when it came to learning Welsh because we had Welsh lessons in school, but the school was so small that there wasn't really any split between the students who were first language Welsh and spoke Welsh like fluently at home, where Welsh language class is basically like English language class is to people who are fluent in English, where you look at literature and things like that, and people like me who had a little bit of Welsh but were nowhere near fluent. Because the school was so small, we couldn't really have like different streams for different levels of competency, because there was one classroom for half the school and one teacher. So you just, everyone kind of got taught the same stuff. I want to be here. There we go. Recently found a video of a man from Hong Kong. Whoops, that's the wrong way. I should not try and do two things at once. I read and press a button. A man from Hong Kong deciding to take the British citizenship test in Welsh. Oh. I wonder, is the content of the test any different if it's in Welsh? I wonder. I also wonder, so I have sat the American citizenship test, and so I know the kind of questions that are on that test. I think I've probably forgotten a lot of them by this point, but I did have all of them memorized because there's a set pool of possible questions. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to get surprised by any ones that I didn't know the answer to. But I'm curious, is it one of those citizenship tests where the average British citizen would not pass, which I suspect is the case for the American citizenship test, or is it a more reasonable thing? Was there a question that stuck with me? So there was several that were like, who is your senator? Or name one of your senators, name your congressperson. Oh, I had less health than I realized. Whoops. Okay, I would not have been quite so blasé about getting hit if I had have known that. I know that there was one that was, name the three branches of the government, or name two of the three branches of the government, maybe. So you got, the judicial, the executive, and Congress, I guess, or the what's the proper name for that branch of government? The one that's Senate and Congress. I forget. But that was one of them, and then there was some about history, so legislative. That's correct. Thank you, Nemo. Wonderful. Sorry. Oh, I've got to go all the way around because I can't hook shot up to that platform. Ugh. This is why I don't want to die on Iron Knuckle. Yeah, so there was what you said, in what year was the American War of Independence won, and various things like that. I'm really making a meal out of this dungeon.
trying to think if there were any like really obvious questions. There were definitely, so before I started like properly preparing for the citizenship test, I looked it up online and like just did a dry run to see, okay, with no study, no prep whatsoever, how well do I do as like a baseline. And quite a lot of the questions were ones that I could already answer, like fairly standard knowing about the US kind of stuff. Okay, and I'm once again below 4 hearts, which is not good, because that means one hit from Iron Knuckle will kill me. Is there anything I can do to get more health? No. Okay, I just have to be careful. I'm just gonna... Okay. I held my breath there. Oh my god, you... One hit. One hit was all that was required. Okay. Well, let's do all that again. No, I tell you what. Okay, we're already at lower health than we should. What am I going to do for health? Where am I? I'm in... Is this DC entrance? Yeah, okay. I'm just going to pop outside real quick. There we go. And then, because... I don't want to have to run all the way around again. I'm going to cheat. But I'm going to cheat in a way that just saves a bit of time and a tedious run back because... wow, it's actually later than I realised. And I'm getting a little hungry. And when I get hungry, I get cranky. When I get cranky, I don't want to spend ages running around in Spirit Temple because I keep dying to the Iron Knuckle. So what I'm going to do is... come in this room. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go to cheats. I'm going to say Moonjump on L. I'm going to avert our eyes while Link mysteriously appears on this thing, and then we're going to turn that off again. There we go. It's not cheating, it's just saving a bit of time. There we go. Okay, now this time I can get hit by the Iron Knuckle without dying. Also, I should use this. There we go. That's what it should have looked like if I'd have been paying attention the first time. Okay, and now a somewhat tedious boss fight. Made especially tedious by the fact that the bosses never go where they're supposed to. Oh, okay, we got lucky there. If she's behind me, there's not much I can really do. So I can get them to stop moving by spamming hookshot, which is helpful if they're in a good place that I don't want them to move away from. Okay, well, this is not a good place. You want to get hit? Ah, almost. I'm sure there is a way to, like, help make sure they go where you want them to go, but I don't know what it is. I just rely on the RNG. How? I have no idea how that missed me. Okay, that's 3? Or is that 2? Well, we'll find out when we do the next one. Okay, phase transition? Nope. Okay, well... Oh no, there we go. They just were taking their time. Okay, and I gotta remember, I should already have a Giant's Knife Jump Slash stored. So don't swing my sword, just crouch stab. This boss fight is one of the few places where I'm sad that we don't have the music is all randomized, because the boss fight music for this is pretty good. There we go. Okay, I've had worse Twin Rover fights. Okay, so now I want to go to Fire Temple and I want to find Deku Tree and beat Deku Tree. Oh, lens, I may as well get that. I guess thinking about it, it's possible that if I'm really unlucky with the Triforce pieces, that I can get 7 dungeon rewards without having 20 Triforce pieces, in which case I'd have to go and do more Triforce hunt before I beat Ganon and Ganondorf, which is kind of backwards from how it's supposed to be. Okay, so I want to check Ice Cavern entrance, which I can get into, but it's a bit of a pain, and I want to check GTG, which I can get into, and it's actually not much of a pain, so let's do that. Where was Fire again? Fire was at Jabu. Oh yeah, okay, so Jabu I can't actually get into as adult. So I'd have to go and beat it as child if I wanted to beat it, which is not ideal, but it is possible. So let's go to GTG then, and keep our fingers crossed that it's Deku Tree. And let me have some water while I slide backwards at high speed. Preserve my super slide. I can! Okay, can I actually get to where I want to go though? So I need to change the control stick angle. Nope, messed up. Okay. I'm not very good at extended super slides. I still haven't found a single song for the Ocarina that isn't a warp song either, which is kind of crazy for 3 hours in. Okay, so now we don't need to hover across the bridge, thank goodness, because as we saw earlier, I'm not very good at that. We can do a better trick. Okay, 3 little nudges forward. Put this here, so this trick is easy for me to do. That should have worked. There we go. Damn it! I got ahead of myself. Okay, now I have to try and find the spot again, which is going to be difficult. / impossible. Oh, no, there we go. There's not very many pixels that you can actually aim for and have this work. Why is this not working? There we go. I'm not happy. I am not happy at all. I've now been informed that the weather calls for mixed rain and snow, which poses a non-zero chance of cancelling university. Is it good to have university cancelled? Is it like, yay, snow day? Or is it like just an inconvenience because you're an adult now, and so skipping school is not the exciting prospect that maybe it once was? I guess I never checked the grottos here, so I can get these 3 while I'm in this area. I shouldn't be. I should just be going to the dungeon. In fact, yeah, I've convinced myself. Let's not get sidetracked. We know what we need to do. We need to go to the dungeon and beat the dungeon. Oh, I have the wrong equips. This time, can I slide all the way up to where I want to be. I think I'm going to get stuck on a fence, probably, with this angle. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, okay, there we go. Still, I made it fairly far. I think that was quicker than just walking backwards. So, a little something. Okay, let's try this again. This is not a difficult trick. This is one of the earliest tricks I learned, so I have no excuse for messing it up like I did then. I was too eager. It would at least be very entertaining. My hearty northern constitution finds what counts as impassable winter weather down here laughable. I feel the same way about like rain and stuff, like extreme storms and things, because yeah, South Wales gets lashed with rain and battered with winds on a fairly regular basis, and so what counts as like really bad weather, I feel like I have a bit of a warped perception of it. There we go, okay. So I can check this chest since I'm here, and I need to wait for it to be nighttime anyway, so I may as well get the sculptures. Okay, that's junk. Oh, and it's becoming night. That's nice. When that first winter weather hits, it's astounding how some drivers have amnesia. Yeah, so it doesn't snow very often in Portland, although it's started to begin to snow more often than it used to in recent years. It's weird. It's almost like the climate has changed or something. I don't know. Someone should look into that. But yeah, where I used to live, it was like you could step out of the building and go like walk 5 minutes and be on like a footbridge over the interstate, I-5, and I went there once when it was snowing. I like going for walks when it has been snowing or is snowing in cities. I love how muffled everything is and how like clean and pristine and stuff is. So I was going for a snow walk, and I crossed over the bridge, and people were just doing 70. And it's like I don't understand. Like the like the grit trucks and stuff hadn't even been out yet, so it was just snow on the highway, and people were driving as if it was dry, and like trucks and stuff as well. It's like you have to know surely that your stopping distance is like in the next state in these weather conditions. Like if you need to stop, you will not be able to, and you will die. Or you will kill someone else. It's just like I can't understand why people are so blasé about driving sensibly. One thing that amused me quite a lot related to weather and driving. I was in Kentucky visiting a friend a good while ago, and it was the summer, so it's pretty hot. But there was a rain shower that happened while we were driving, and everyone pulled off the road. Which I found hilarious. Of like they're so unused to driving in rain that they will pull over if it starts raining while they're driving. But then I realized as well that if it has been dry for a long time and then you get some rain, then the road surface gets like really slippery for a bit because there's all this like oil and tar and stuff that's like built up on the surface of the road and hasn't been washed away by rain, and so there's like a brief window immediately after rain where it does actually kind of make sense to not drive. But the way they were treating this like small shower as like this is undrivable conditions was pretty amusing to me, given that my very first ever driving lesson involved driving through a flood that was up to the headlights on the car. The rain was so torrential. Heaven forbid people actually use their lights during a thick fog. Yeah, that's like people not using their lights correctly is one that really winds me up. Part of that is because growing up in the countryside on like a single track lane, you could tell when cars were coming because you could see their lights like 5 corners away, basically. So like having your lights on is very, very important in that kind of area, because otherwise you will come around a corner and there will be a car there and you didn't know. The native name for my former Pennsylvanian village translated to Land of Grand Snow So we just got used to driving in roughly half a year when there's snow. My Canadian friend, who I visited a few times. One time I visited in the winter, or at the end of winter, I guess it was in the spring. And so I got to experience Ottawa at the end of the winter, and there was so much snow. Like, I'm used to snow being like, a lot of snow is like a foot of snow that sticks around for like 5 days, whereas this was like, 6 foot of snow that's been there for 3 months. It's just so far beyond my my usual experience of what it means for there to be snow. Oh, there's iron boots. Okay, that's really good, because iron boots gets me hover boots. And hover boots means that I can probably do a lot more. So hover boots means I can beat Forest Temple, actually. But first, let's check GTG entrance. That's the whole reason I came here, really. So I don't need to go... Yeah, I'll skip the one sculpture up in the archery range, because it's slow to go up there. And I don't need to go up there to get into GTG. I can just be out of bounds, and then turn to the right angle, and then walk backwards. There we go. Okay, so it's bottom of the well, which means that Deku is at Ice Cavern. Which I can now get into because I have iron boots, and iron boots will give me hover boots. Oh, whoops. So I want to leave here, and I want to go to... I guess I want to go to Lake Hylia. I think that's closest. And I get to play a bomb. Oh yeah, where was Water Temple again? Water Temple was... Forest. Okay, so if I wanted to, I could probably now also beat Water Temple. So I can beat basically every dungeon apart from Shadow Temple at this point. Which is nice. Well, I haven't found a piece of the Triforce in quite a while. So first things first, pick up hover boots. Then I can go to Ice Cavern and do Deku Tree. How am I for bomb shoes? I could do with a few more bomb shoes. Of course, when I want bomb shoes, I don't get any bomb shoe drops. Of course, I said that just to taunt out a bomb shoe drop. The least efficient cutting of the bushes. Oh, I have magic. I should be spin attacking. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna skip everything apart from beating dungeons, I think, at this point. So I'll go grab hover boots because that allows me to beat Forest Temple, and then I will go to Ice Cavern because that's where Deku Tree is. So I think I have a good angle to get basically where I want to go here. Need to do a little bit of turning slightly, I think. Turned the wrong way. Did I? No, I didn't. I turned the right way. Okay, this might take me exactly to where I want to be. Close. Okay, if this is an ice trap, I'm going to be very sad. It's not! Hooray! Okay. Okay, fastest way to Ice Cavern is, I think, just go to Zora's River, probably. That's the wrong angle. Let's try it again. Oh, so this is a big callback to something I was talking about earlier. So I was saying I wanted to do a like a Discworld tier list stream. Another stream that I thought could be fun to do at some point, but which would necessarily require an audience to make it kind of good, is let me potentially dox myself, but also give you a tour of my my childhood home kind of area. Because I can show you things like the boarding school I went to, and tell you tales of being in boarding school, which I feel like is something that you know, there's a few good anecdotes that I can have there. And like, here is the village school, all one building of it with all of its 20 students, and you know, various other things like that. If I get the year on Google Maps right, I can actually show you my dad and brother driving past the Google streetcar, which is fun. The satellite imagery for the village where I grew up was for quite a long time really like old grainy images. Like they update their satellite image stuff with like better quality pictures for cities before they do it for rural areas, right? And the village is like kind of close to a city, but not close enough that it got caught up in all of the like improved images, and so there was this sort of cut-off of where the high quality images ended and the low quality images began, which was basically exactly my dad's house. And then finally Google updated their images, so the whole of the village had like much better quality images. And you could see, like, you could zoom right in and see, like, okay, there's the school, there's the church and stuff. And directly over my dad's house was the only cloud in any of the images. So you couldn't see it still. Hello? Why can't I talk to him? And then, yeah, eventually they updated that as well. And so now you can zoom all the way in and you can see, like, all of the various outbuildings and stuff. Okay, our first piece of the Triforce in quite some time. So we need 4 more. Technically 3 more because there's one in a shop. But also, I'm resolute now that I'm gonna... Why can't I talk to King Zora? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm resolute that I want to finish this seed like normally because it's gonna be relatively quick for her beat all the bosses seed. Self-obscuring domicile. Yeah, it's really well hidden. It's kind of funny because the postcode that my dad's house is in is a rural postcode. There are 2 houses in the postcode. There's my dad's house and a different house, and so in theory, if the postman was paying attention, you could write family name and the postcode, and the letter would get to where you needed it to go. I realise, so of all of the personal information that I could potentially dox, my surname being one of the most common Welsh surnames is fine. I don't need to worry about that. I should just go straight to the boss. Let me get QPA so I can burn the webs. Let me kill these guys so I can get QPA. Let's try that again. This is where I wish I had fire arrows. Come on. Why is this so hard? Oh my god. There we go, finally. Okay. I think the edge of the chest actually sticks out slightly further than I was expecting. Oops. Okay, and we're skipping everything and just going and killing the boss. Because I genuinely don't think there's... Okay, so finding songs would be kind of nice because it lets me check some other stuff that maybe is useful, but I don't think I actually need any more checks. Like... in the whole game at this point. I think I have everything I need. when I'm in a Find the Welshman contest and my opponent is Lloyd. I realized, or I learned relatively recently that, I learned really recently why a surname, or like a few surnames that I think of as Welsh, are Welsh. Like some surnames are like notably Welsh because they are patronymics. So like Williams, Jenkins, Richards, they're all a first name with an S on the end, because you are like Jenkins' son, you're Richard's son, and so that's a lot of Welsh surnames are like that form. But there's also, oh wait, I need deku nuts. There's also a family of names which are based off the older form of Welsh patronymics, where in order to say like the son of in Welsh, you say ap, AP. And so someone could be Ap Owen, for example. And over time, Ap Owen got contracted to Bowen. And so Bowen is a Welsh surname, but I didn't realize that it came from this contracting of like Ap something or other. And so there's also Powell is a Welsh surname for the same reason that it's Ap Awel, where Awel is a Welsh first name. And I'm sure there's others as well, which are like derived from Ap something. Okay, so I needed to go to Forest, which is a shadow. Actually, let's go to Water Temple, which is a forest, because there's a better chance of me being able to beat that quickly. Because if I want to beat Forest Temple, I have to clear the whole thing, whereas if I want to beat Water Temple, I just have to find the boss key and then hover to the boss door, which is easy. Okay, so we are just hunting for the boss key. There is a possibility that it's somewhere I can't get it and this is a wasted trip, but I'm gambling. I'd also like to do a potentially doxing stream about my old home, but I'm convinced that people wouldn't believe me that it's real, since it would involve pictures of a place that looks like Silent Hill and discussions of bomb collars. Yeah, I think my wait, why do I want to put that there? My hometown is nowhere near as harrowing as certain bits of the US. Okay, that is a good item, but not the boss key, but we shall pick it up, because if it's Zelda's Lullaby or Song of Time, then that's very useful for in here. Oh, we have great iron boots noise as well. Oh, it's a Triforce piece. Of course, we're also looking for those. I forgot. Okay, good. I was going to say I have hover boots, so I could just run across that gap rather than trying to jump, but then I have to pause and equip hover boots, which sounds kind of slow to me. Why am I so bad at ledge clipping? I hate that so much. Like, Link should not hop off the ledge there. He should dangle off the ledge. But for some reason, Link just loves to do a little jump there. I got this first try, more or less, when I was doing it the first try around, and now I can't get it. Am I being too slow, maybe? Okay, well, that was not at all right. Oh, dear me. We're approaching the dangerous territory where the stream is going on long enough, and that I'm like hungry and tired enough that I'm starting to get a little bit cranky. And because I'm getting a little bit cranky, it's harder for me to do tricks correctly. And because I'm failing at tricks that I shouldn't be failing, I'm getting more cranky. And we could reach a critical mass of crankiness, where I guess I would crash out if it was a really critical mass. But I think in practice I would just stop talking, which is not the best stream experience. Why is this presenting so much? Let me put my sword away. Maybe that's somehow related. I don't know. I don't think so. No, I'm just pressing the buttons wrong. I think I'm too slow on my targeting. You're supposed to like step off the ledge and target the wall like one after the other really quick, and I think I'm too slow on my targeting. The most polite possible crash out. Yeah. I don't tend to get very angry, generally speaking. Like I have fairly good emotional moderation, I think. And when I do get angry, I tend to seethe rather than like getting explosively angry. I'm the sort of person who would get like if I was really, really mad at someone, I'd wait a day and then make a snippy comment kind of thing, you know, like the most passive of aggression. Okay, thank goodness we're done with that bit. No, let's keep iron boots because we're going to need them more. So yeah, I guess I should also I shouldn't just be looking for the boss key here, and I shouldn't have just beaten the boss in Decatry either. I should have actually got more checks because I still need 2 more Triforce pieces. And it's very British in a way, but there's also a very British way of being angry, which is to get extremely red in the face and start spouting racial slurs. You know, that's also a very British way to be angry. If you're one of the gammon folk, like doing a football hooliganism, I feel is kind of stereotypically British. Okay, anything good. So I can beat Dark Link, although it's gonna suck a little bit because I have. Actually, no, I don't have very much health at all. Scratch that. But I can't do anything past Dark Link because I don't have Song of Time. Barry 43 UKIP voter, absolutely. Although I guess now he'd be a Reform voter because Farage abandoned UKIP because they achieved their one goal of getting the UK out of Europe. Wait, no. For this, I do want hover boots. One thing that I would say I'm dreading it, but it's something that I'm not particularly looking forward to, is although actually thinking about the timing, maybe I'll miss it. So there's like an annual get together at my dad's house at Christmas that like, in theory, basically almost everyone in the village is invited to, but in practice it's just like the same 4 or 5 families who've been coming for ages. It used to be bigger when there were more people in the village who like had kids the same age as me and my siblings, but then a lot of them moved away when their kids grew up. So, and yeah, so there's a couple of people who are lovely people who I've known since childhood, who have unfortunate views on the politics, who voted Brexit, and some of whom who think like we could do with a Trump of our own over in the UK, and like. How do you deal with people like that? Because I know that they're not bad people, they just have extremely bad opinions. And they're also people who I have to interact with at most once a year, so I don't need to get into an argument with them or anything, or try to change their mind, but it's like, yeah. A hard thing to have to deal with, knowing that this person who you've thought of very positively for your whole life has some absolute dog shit takes. It makes you question, like, well, what else do they have bad opinions about? Like, are they just straight up racist? And I've just never seen it before. Like, these are the things that I wonder about. Phoebe Barry, preeminent Witherspoon's patron, from Yorkshire. It's just as a small point of correction, it's Weatherspoons with an E rather than Witherspoons, but it doesn't matter. Just in the interest of correctness. Okay, we have another probably Triforce piece, I'm guessing. Come on, we can open this. There we go. It is another Triforce piece. Okay, so we need one more, and then we can go back to Child and buy the one in the shop, and then we've got all the ones we need. But I'd like to avoid that if I can, because going all the way back to Child just to buy one item in a shop is a bit slow. So ideally what we do is we find the boss key, and then we go and beat the boss, and the boss is a Triforce shard, and then I guess it would have to be Ganon's boss key chest could be one. Oh, I might. Yeah, I was just so used to having lots of health when I come in here that I could actually potentially drown in some areas of this dungeon if I'm not careful. Come on, how did that not? Why is crouch stab not working? This should not be so difficult. There we go. Oh, I bet it wasn't working because I hadn't swung my sword. That's why. Okay. I'll take a key. A GTG key. Okay. Well, there's almost certainly a Triforce piece in GTG, so if I really need to find another one, I can go in there. Let's see. Okay, we can check. Okay, 2 more checks in here. Oh, crap. I'm dumb. I'm really dumb. I saved when I shouldn't have saved. We can do 1 more check in here. The wolf howling every single time I swim. Every single time I step with these boots is pretty great. Let's see, we want this. Getting a pint at Waterforks, and yeah, it's the what is it? The Inglourious Bastards meme where he holds up 3 fingers, you know. Yeah, there's no reason to care about wasting a key here because I've already spent the 2 keys. I'm now wondering. Well, okay, I was going to say I'm wondering what the best shibboleths for being from Wales are. Obviously, being able to pronounce Welsh words is a pretty good shibboleth, but in terms of like cultural shibboleths rather than like literal shibboleths. Yeah, I don't know. What are the things that Welsh people know that non-Welsh people might not know? Okay, so that was a bus. So I haven't found the boss key, and in fact I will not find the boss key because I've checked everything I can check in here. So okay, we're off to Forest Temple, which I wanted to avoid because it's going to be slow, but oh well. What can I do? Okay, and Forest was at Shadow Temple. One thing I had to be educated on last time I was back home, have you spoken at length to a stranger of your own volition in the past month? So there's a big sort of national park in Wales, which for most of my life was referred to as the Brecon Beacons. But apparently there has been a relatively recent rebranding, and so now I'm supposed to call it Banau Breceniog, which is the Welsh name for it. And obviously I have no problem with this at all. Absolutely. Call things by the names that they're supposed to be called by. What am I doing? I wanted to go into Shadow Temple. But yeah, my sister was like, I said Brecon Beacons, and my sister was like, it's Banau Breceniog. Like I'm an idiot for not knowing it. It's like, I don't live in this country anymore. How am I supposed to know these things? My family are not kind when it comes to refraining from pointing out any time I make a small like verbal slip up in terms of using American English. So I have to like really watch myself when I'm back home. much more than I do when I'm in the US. Like in the US, if I use a Britishism, it's just, you know, it's a fun little quirky thing. In the UK, if I use an Americanism, it's cause for being pilloried. So I have to really examine the sentences that are about to come out of my mouth to make sure that I'm not inadvertently about to say sidewalk or stroller or trunk or one of those types of things. Where am I going? Oh, let's go this way. Oh, wait, I need to shoot the thing. Okay, that is a real item, so let's grab that. Actually, let's put bow there. Ah, I thought for a second that that was actual Song of Time, which would have been helpful. Because then I could go back to Water Temple and beat Water Temple, because it would still be quicker. Wait, I need to kill this guy, because he's going to mess me up otherwise. Okay. And still no Song of Storms, so I can't go to Kokiri and get Longshot, which would have been nice to have. Nope, too far away. I'm sure that there is a setup to get good positioning for this, but it's not too bad to just eyeball it. That should work. There we go. Okay, and now we go across here, and I need to re-equip nuts. Oops. There we go. I don't think I need bombs right now, so let's leave nuts equipped. Okay, spelling is one thing that I will never do the American way. Any like Word document, or I guess Google Docs document, or even like piece of code that I write will have lots of red squiggly lines all over it from me using British spelling for stuff that it thinks I should be using American for. I did switch my keyboard layout to American. I made that concession because it got annoying that my work keyboard was American layout and my like personal PC keyboard was still UK layout. I'd have to like mentally switch depending on which one I was using to know where the @ key was and things like that. So I'm fully on American keyboard now, which does make it annoying if I ever have to type a pound sign, as in the currency pound, because that's not readily available on the American keyboard, and I refuse to learn alt codes because I don't know, it just seems like too much effort. So yeah, okay. Ideally, I find 2 more pieces of the Triforce before I finish Forest Temple, because that way everything lines up quite nicely, that I have my 7 dungeon rewards and I have the Triforce complete, and I can just go beat Ganondorf. What I don't want to do is beat Forest Temple and still need more Triforce pieces, because that'll derail things a bit. I feel like with a lot of US versus UK spelling stuff, the outrage on the part of the Brits is like I have to assume mostly feigned, because there is no reason why there needs to be a U in colour. Spelling it the American way makes perfect sense. And there's other spellings where it's like, yeah, the U is superfluous, and it's I have to assume that it's like a weird holdover from French or something. But one that I will I'll go to the map for is aluminium. And that's not a it's not a thing. Like, for some reason, I've heard people talk about this as if it's like British people pronounce it weird, and it's not. It's spelled differently. It's a different word. Like, if American people were to pronounce the way it's spelled in British, they would pronounce it aluminium. And the reason I prefer aluminium over aluminum is because when you look at how almost all of the other metals in the periodic table are spelled, it's ium. They end in ium, right? And I think the original proposed name was alumium, which is a kind of like a mix of both approaches, right? That it's the shorter version, but with ium at the end. So yeah, I will contend that Americans are just incorrect in calling it aluminum, because it should end in ium, because it's a metal. I like spelling check with a Q, but I'll be in the group before I use the abomination that you use for maneuver. In the ground. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. I like check with a Q partly just to differentiate it from the check without a Q. Like, for example, to take a rain check, right? It's spelled, because it's an American phrase, it's spelled with the American spelling of check. And so I never realized that they meant check as in like a banker's check. And so it's like, it's of the nature of being a financial transaction of some kind, that you are taking a check from someone because of rain, sort of thing. Because I always assumed that it was just like a rain check was like we're checking that it's raining or something, you know, like to check as in to have a look at something was the check that I thought it was. I have one nut, which is not as many nuts as I would like. Please make your jokes now. Okay, that's one down. Please drop nuts. No. Okay, well, one of these might drop nuts. Screw it, let me just get ISG. Okay, that is much quicker. There we go. None of these have nuts in, right? No. Okay, this could be our last Triforce piece. It is! Okay, there we go. So now the credits play, unfortunately. But I will finish the seed. So, okay, this will be a nice little break. We can watch this happen, and then I'll carry on playing. My only regret that I have but one nut to give them the country. I mean, Link could, right now, carry up to 30 nuts, which is, you know, there you're entering biblically accurate nut monster territory, you know, if we're in body horror realms. When you have that many. That's like a Junji Ito horror nut. Do we have to watch the whole credits? Or does it just play this bit of the credits? It shows you how little like I stick around after beating a Triforce cutscene, that I have no idea what happens after you get the last piece of the Triforce. But I guess we're going to find out. I don't want to reset in case it doesn't save that I got the last piece of the Triforce. I think it just plays the credits and then I can carry on playing. And I can't skip the credits, but the credits will play automatically, which is something. I guess this would be a sensible place for an ad break, but I don't want to do an ad break. So what am I going to do to pass the time while we wait for the credits to play? Oh, I'm going to stretch. That's what I'm going to do. So I guess I should have been more careful with what I wished for. I should have said I don't want to find any Triforce pieces until I've beaten the boss. In fact, what I should have done, hydrate. Thank you, Wonderful. I will. I still have quite a lot of water here because I have not been drinking. And I will stretch again because why not? Oh. Have I seen any good data? What on earth just happened to my model? Okay, I was stretching and I put my hand in front of the monitor, in front of the camera, and it got confused is what happened, I guess. That was weird. Okay. Have I seen any good data types recently? I created a data type which it turns out is not as good as it should be at work. So that's something. I thought it was good enough. I'd talked to multiple people who were like, yeah, this should work. And I wrote a document saying, hey, here are some questions that we should probably answer before I start on this work. Please everyone have a look at it and chip in with answers to the questions because, you're the people who are going to be having more context on this because, you know the product much better than I do. And there was no comments. And so that was like a month ago. And so I started work on the thing and I made the thing. And then I got a comment saying, hey, why didn't you do it this other way? Because did you not consider this thing that was in the document that you wrote a month ago that I looked at and I didn't say anything about? So that was fun. I'm getting the distinct impression that my current place of work is not the most organized. The company likes to say that they're very like engineering focused and they like engineers to sort of drive things. But what that means is that everyone does things their own way and everything's super disorganized. Because you need project managers and product managers, it turns out. Having engineers do absolutely everything is how you end up with like 50,000 lines of undocumented code, which is a thing that we have. So you just, like, a new person to the code base just has no idea how certain things work because it's not documented, which is wonderful. But I shouldn't complain too much because they pay me a lot of money. So a monster? Where was the monster? I missed the monster. I was not paying attention. I feel like I should slow the windmill down now. The fast windmill was fun, but I think a random windmill speed is that a thing I can do? I'd like to have a random Goron neck length as well. That would be fun. Oh, the 1,500 lines of code. Yeah. I've started doing something at my new job, which it definitely lets me know that I've settled in, which is find more problems in the code than can be reasonably fixed by one person in a week. That like I generate work at a faster rate than I complete work, and by generate work I mean like find problems, which I think is a good thing because you want to know about problems, right? You don't want bugs hiding in the code and stuff like that. But yeah, it turns out a lot of people have maybe not been paying enough attention, and so now I'm coming forward with all this stuff of like, hey, this is broken and we should do something about it. And they're like, yeah, cool, you should file a ticket for that and we can put it in our backlog, which means it'll never get done unless I do it, which is something I'm really trying hard not to do. I don't want to create work for myself because that's silly. So I noticed the timer stopped. So it was a 3.5-hour seed up until getting the last Triforce piece. But I still want to beat Ganondorf and Ganon. So I have to finish Forest Temple, and then I have to go and beat Ganondorf and Ganon, which shouldn't take that much longer. So it'll be a sub 4-hour seed. So this was still a fast seed, even if it hadn't been Triforce Hunt. If it hadn't been Triforce Hunt, would I have approached it differently though? I might have, yeah. I might have done things in a slightly different order. I might not have found certain items when I did. Okay, so we're approaching the end of the credits. It's been a long time since I've watched the credits, actually. Oh, I wonder, are the Gorons... Okay, they don't have their weird long necks. That's a shame. I was hoping they would. It's frankly amazing that anything anyone has ever made works at all. Yeah. Like, I shouldn't have this this approach. I should trust my other developers to like review code and things, but I genuinely feel that if I haven't reviewed code changes, then they haven't been properly reviewed and there will be mistakes in there that people have missed. Because looking at the state of the code base, there's lots of stuff in there that people have missed that I'm spotting now, which implies to me that whoever reviewed it didn't do a good enough job. And so I start getting a very possessive sort of stance towards the code. As soon as I feel a level of responsibility and familiarity with it, then I don't want anyone else to touch it because they'll fuck it up. Or if I do let them touch it, I need to review every single line that they've done because otherwise they'll fuck it up. the bodge stuff is the best stuff. That's why Zelda speedruns are so good. Yes and no. Like, as a product that gets created and released, I can see the appeal of having bodge stuff because it gives something like a character. But for a thing that's constantly being developed and we're supposed to be like adding new features and things like that, and that customers are using and customers are paying us money to use, and if a customer finds a bug, then we've got to scramble around to fix it. Like, it not being broken is much better. Like, if the code was just good code, my life would be better. And so I try to make the code better as much as I can. But it's hard when people insist on fucking it up. Not to imply that I've never made mistakes in the code. I obviously have, and just because I've written it doesn't mean that it's necessarily the best way of doing it, but I think, generally speaking, my standards are higher than most people, and so the code I produce tends to be better. Got any advice for a novice coder on not fucking up? Think about what you're doing before you start writing code would be one of my big pieces of advice. Like, it's really tempting to just start writing code, but it's much better to really think about the structure of what it is you're trying to make. Like, what kind of inheritance relationships do you want to have between classes? Is there a way to abstract common behavior to one place so you don't have to do the do the whole thing multiple times? I would also say, and this is probably like unpopular advice for someone who's just like teaching themselves or like trying to learn from scratch, actually write tests. Get a testing framework, write unit tests for your code. I'm a big fan of good unit tests. I like writing unit tests. I write good unit tests. And I think that having good unit test coverage is very important to allowing you to have confidence that your code is actually doing what you want it to do. Writing tests ahead of time can also be a really good exercise in understanding what the thing you're trying to write is actually going to do. Like, having clear requirements is important, but if you're defining your own requirements, because you're just, you're coding a little side project for yourself, then the way you define requirements is through tests. Because otherwise you'll just convince yourself that the thing does what you want it to do, but there's no real confirmation. So yeah, write tests. I'm a big fan of tests. And then also, don't focus too much on trying to get every part of it exactly perfect. Like, make the minimal thing that will work, and then iterate on that. Like, it can be really tempting to go down a big rabbit hole of like, I'm trying to make a game, and so I'm going to start off with the graphics, right? When a game can be like, you could play Ocarina of Time where if instead of all of the models, it was just cubes, right? The game would still be playable if the mechanics were there. It just wouldn't look very good. So yeah, start with an MVP and iterate to add features and add complexity. And you can build out your tests as you go as well, like that. My classic test of print hello this line runs. One of the. Okay, maybe I do have to reset. Okay, well, I guess we watched the whole credits for nothing. Let's see what happens if I reset here. Hopefully it remembers that I got that last Triforce piece and that I'm in Forest Temple. Let's see. Okay, it remembered, and it gave... Oh, okay. So the settings I have, it gives you Ganon's boss key when you get the 20th piece of the Triforce. Okay, so we wasted a bunch of time watching the credits, but we got to talk about programming, so I'm happy with that. The year is 2030. All software is sad. Oh, God. I almost just gave up on reading the rest of it after that one line. All software is SaaS. C++ 17 still isn't industry standard. The only viable introductory job is rewriting vibe-coded Guna games in Rust. Ugh. Please, no. Oh, also, as a general piece of advice, I will hold my hands up and say I am biased here. I have an axe to grind on the subject, but I also feel like this is good advice. Do not use AI tools to help you write code. You should write every single character of the code that you are owning. I know that some people really like AI tools as like a productivity enhancer. So you're not asking them like, write me code that does this, but you're using them as like a fancy autocomplete, basically, where like you can like, rather than tab completion of like a variable name, you'll tab completion on an entire method or something, which like yeah, if it's boilerplate code, I can see that that speeds you up. It doesn't speed you up that much, though, and over-reliance on it leads you to not actually understand the code you're writing. There's a vibe coding channel in the work Slack, and there are a lot of people in it who like vibe coding and think that vibe coding is good and a thing that you should do. And it's got to the point where talking about AI is on the same level as talking about religion or politics at work for me, in that it is an unsafe subject, because I could run into someone who has weird views about it that I disagree with strongly. So yeah, I don't think that using AI to learn to code is a viable strategy, because you are not learning to code if you use AI. You are learning to prompt, and you're not understanding what the code is actually doing. So yeah, I would advise against that. I guess I have to do this without Deku Nuts, which is going to suck, because it's going to be slow. Oh, I guess I have to use Bow as well, not... Would you... I hate not having Deku Nuts, it's so bad. Oh, I guess I can just sword, and that'll be okay. Hello? One more. Oh my two. This is so slow, I hate this. Okay, I guess we have one more again. I fell into the vibe code trap, but it was like 50-50. Yeah, and I don't want to come across like I'm having a go at anyone who does it, or to imply that like that it's like you're a failure of a human being or anything. I just think that as a tool for learning, it is awful, because it like it's the opposite of learning, right? You're like obfuscating the learning experience. Okay, I desperately need more nuts. Are there nuts in the lobby area? Let's find out. Okay, there's pots. Do the pots have nuts? I have to assume they probably don't, because it's not usual for pots to have nuts in. I just need one nut drop, that's all. Oh, I know what I can do. There's a Deku Babu who will drop 15 nuts. I recently saw what is now my favourite AI usage disclaimer on an upcoming game. AI was only used for simulating user input for debugging purposes. All art is real and taken from encyclopedias from the 16th century. That is great. My friend, who I went to Thanksgiving, whose house I went to for Thanksgiving, I should say, has relatively recently started a new job, which is related to AI. She's making games that are being used to like validate AI, I guess. So like an AI will be given the game, and the AI has to try and figure out how to play the game with basically no prompts. And the games are deliberately made fairly abstract, so they're all like 2D, and they don't use any of the kind of the conventions of game design that you might use to help players intuit what is expected of them. So the way they're judging how good the AI is by getting humans to play the games and seeing how many humans can beat the game, and then see how the AI does on the game. Fuck. I should not have pressed that button. And like it pays fairly well, and she's enjoying the game design part of it, but it sounds, and like she agrees, it sounds very much like the people who are in charge of all this are not trying to test if AI is good. They have convinced themselves that AI is already good, and they're trying to confirm that it's good. So it's like very not scientific. Like that Doug video of him getting an AI to beat a point-and-click adventure game. I haven't seen that one, But so I don't know. Like getting AIs to play games is something that I'm kind of torn on because machine learning to beat a game I think is really cool. Like it allows you to potentially find novel ways of doing stuff in the game. But just like no one needs a tool to play a video game for them, right? Like no one is clamoring for, hey ChatGPT, please play Zelda for me, right? Like it's not a use case, and so it's not something that you really need to test. I feel. I don't know. Reverse Void Camp test designer. Yeah, kind of. The AI rambled and went insane. They do tend to do that, I've seen. Yeah. There we go. Okay. That was not too bad. So that's a similar kind of hover to the one I tried to do to get across the bridge in Gerudo Valley. Damn it. Except the bridge one is very punishing, because if you mess it up, you fall in the river and you have to go all the way back around and start again, whereas that one, if you mess it up, you just drop down and try again. It's pretty straightforward. Oh, someone is at the door. Sorry. I will be right back. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I have a Ring doorbell, which is hard for me to hear sometimes. Yeah, someone was dropping off packages, I guess. I have picked up, like, no exaggeration, like 12 packages from outside today. They all got delivered today, and they're all for my housemate. I actually recently talked to a guy working for the AA image generator DaVinci AI at a wedding. I was like, cool, where'd you get the training data? And his response was pretty much, yeah, that sounds about right. Wait, no, I need to... Come here. It's funny how piracy is fine when it's making someone lots of money, but when it's costing someone who already has lots of money a small amount of money, well, then it's a big problem. Okay, I have the boss key, so I don't need to check anything else in here. I can just go straight to the last bow. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm going to say it was a mistake to commit to finishing this seed, because I'm going to be really hungry by the time I'm done. But it's a mistake I was happy to make. I had wanted to go grocery shopping today after stream, and I was planning on a shorter stream. But I was having fun, and I can go grocery shopping tomorrow, so it's fine. Okay, let's go kill the boss. They practice the "Are you building Skynet?" question so much. Is your machine a kleptomaniac? Not so much. Yeah. One of the things I dislike about my job is that it is in tech, and so I have to be tangentially related to tech bros in some way. Because I fucking hate tech bros. They're awful. Just making the world worse for everyone and having zero self-awareness. It's so embarrassing. Let's use this sword. I have the rare luxury of being able to clearly hear in this room because the music isn't too loud. Because you can tell which picture is the real one because it makes sound and the other one doesn't. Often when I'm playing off stream, I'll have the game sound really low and I'll be listening to a YouTube video or something, and so I can't actually hear when I'm in this room. The T-1000 becoming a shoplifter. I mean, shoplifting wouldn't be as bad as... Would you just get ISG, please? There we go. As, like... I don't know, like, it feels wrong to even call it piracy or even theft, because it's on such a scale, right? That there's a difference between someone... like going into a shop and taking an item, or even like 5 or 10 items, and someone stealing the entire works of human history kind of thing, right? Like someone stealing the contents of the internet. Like it's so big. Like, and I think this is I think part of the problem of like people don't tend to get as outraged at stuff as maybe they should, because the scale of the problem, it becomes so big that it's incomprehensible to the average person. Okay. That is 700 rewards. So let's go kill Ganondorf and Ganon. Hayden, 30, professional shitcoin rug puller and AI enthusiast. Yeah. The previous company I worked for, their stock is doing very, very well because amongst other things, they manufacture chips that are used extensively in AI. And so when I left that job, I still had quite a lot of stock because they give you like restricted stock units instead of just paying you money, which I think I would maybe prefer. But and so I've been holding on to the stock because, like, you know, the stock price is up, and so you get dividends and stuff, and so it's been making a little bit of money in the background. But I am now acutely aware that the AI bubble will burst. And when the AI bubble bursts, that stock value is going to decrease quite a lot. But also, I don't want to sell the stock too early, because if I sell it this year, then my tax bill for this year will be catastrophic. So I'm going to wait until January 1st, I think, and then sell quite a lot of stock and possibly pay off my mortgage, which should be, yeah, that'd be nice. That would be one nice thing that AI has done for me, is allowed me to pay off my mortgage, I guess. But I'm so like paranoid. So paranoid that the bubble will burst before then, and I will regret not have sold like all the stuff sooner. Because I would much rather like get the full value of the stock and have a big tax bill than minimize my tax bill, but also don't actually get any money from the stock. You know? This is very, very first world upper middle class problems, I know, but I'm a very anxious person, and so I worry about that, and I worry about fucking hell. I'm throwing so hard. I'm gonna get ISG off Shake because I'm running out of bombs. Why is everything incredibly difficult? There we go, finally. Yeah, 1 month ago. I don't have to hold on for that much longer. So I'm like, I want the AI bubble to burst. I want AI to go away. but I want to make as much money as possible myself before that happens. So yeah, I'm not the most selfless, I guess. Why is this so hard? Why am I even thought about which button do I want to press here, and I still press the wrong button. It's time to play the market, which I'm obligated to tell you has already been priced in by a group of eunuchs at Berkshire Hathaway who make enough money to have population of Monaco vulcanized. Yeah, it's the classic thing of, like, if you, a normal person, think you have some information that will allow you to make money on the stock market, it's too late. Like with all of these meme stocks and like coins and things like that, once you have heard about it, unless you were the person who made it, it's too late. All the people who are going to actually get rich off it have already got rich off it. And now they're just requiring people to come in to be the suckers who they make their profit off. I didn't even get both of that. This is very sloppy. Oh, okay, he was just standing and not paying attention. Oh, and this is an important item of some kind. I wonder what it is. Let's find out. Okay, let's get ISG. And get these guys. Yeah, I'll see what this is, just out of curiosity. Didn't fire. Okay, not mega useful. I'm going to get QPA, so it's easier to kill the Eye Knuckle, because I don't have very much health and I'm worried I'll die again. Oh. What's your prediction of the burst date? My money's on June 17th. I think it's going to be sooner than that. Like, I'm genuinely worried that the bubble will burst before the end of the year, and I'll lose a lot of money. Because it seems like everyone knows there's a bubble, right? And surely once you know there's a bubble, like, it's not going to last much longer when everyone knows there's a bubble. I guess what I should do is rewatch The Big Short and pay attention to the timeline. Because some people realized there was a bubble, but it took quite a while. Like, it's not like everyone woke up one day and suddenly all the banks had failed, right? There was a gradual unraveling of things with the 2008 financial crisis. Even though, like, there was one thing that I never understood at the time. It lasted a year sooner than expected in The Big Short. It was one thing I never understood at the time of, like, what thing has happened that suddenly the money doesn't exist anymore. That was the thing I couldn't understand, was that, like, it's not like anything had blown up, you know? Nothing had been destroyed. But it's because a lot of the money didn't exist. A lot of the money was, like, people gambling, right? It was betting on things that might happen or might not happen. It was money in potentia rather than representing actual real things, which I guess is most of economics, right? But no, you don't understand. The number must now go up forever, lest the entire universe suffer a lapse in liquidity. Yeah, like, if I, as an individual, want to start a restaurant, right, then I got to be very careful that I run my business correctly. Because if I do badly in my restaurant fails, well, that's on me. And I should have just, been more careful. What do I want? I want bombs here. And I want that there. And I want fish. But I don't want fish, I just want an empty bottle. Okay. Like, if I stand to lose $50,000 because of a poor investment in a restaurant, well, I mean, that's just bad luck. If I stand to lose $50 billion because of, like, insane greed and total divorce from reality in terms of what's actually possible, well, then the government better step in and help me, right? Because that's not my fault. Then my AA companies will cling to life until it's us. My prediction, which is not really my prediction, it's something someone smarter than me has said and I've heard, I think, is that a lot of the AI stuff that is currently here will die, but some things that are useful will stay on, because there are things that AI is actually useful for. think it's just that right now it's being rammed down everyone's throats as the answer to every single problem, which it isn't. There's a lot of stuff that it's just bad at, that it shouldn't be used for. Fuck me. Okay, well, this is about as bad as a Ganondorf fight can go. Like, if you think about the dot-com bubble, right? It's not like every single company that was overvalued during the dot-com bubble went bust. Some of them that were actually good survived. What? Okay. That shouldn't have happened. Oh, I'm mad. I'm so mad. The whole point of the bottle is that it's supposed to hit him in one thing. Why am I so bad at the game? I think I need to kill some keys to maybe get some hearts, because I'm low enough on health that one hit from Ganon will kill me. And I do occasionally get hit by Ganon. Oh, there's probably hearts in the pots. Okay. Well, let's try that again, but this time not fuck it up. We've evolved from selling bridges to selling the same bridge back and forth to inflate its value enough to leverage its potential value into debt to buy the idea of more bridges. I will be the first person to admit I don't really understand economics. I've never studied economics. Most of my ideas about economics are probably wrong. However, economics is bullshit and I hate it. Okay, let's get up to full health, because I don't want to die. Again, because that would be very embarrassing. Dying once on Ganondorf is bad enough. Dying twice would be unforgivable. Okay, and I've got 6 bombs, which should be enough for me to super slide into the Ganon fight cutscene and keep my Master Sword so that I can do the fight quicker. I hope. Okay, round 2. I learned that stock value doesn't correlate with actual performance, and that was a little depressing. Yeah, the company I currently work for did their earnings report recently and overperformed in like every area that they had previously predicted, and the stock dropped by like 20%. Because while they had overperformed their prediction, they'd underperformed compared to a lot of the rest of the market, and it's like there was also like other stuff of like some news had come out about AI that made the market sad, and so like that was part of it as well. It's all bullshit. There we go. We got the one cycle. Like, if it's not the sort of thing you're supposed to do, in fact, it's probably illegal, but if enough of the right people decided that a stock was worth a certain amount of money, it would just be worth that amount of money. Like, it's all vibes based, you know? Economics as a field is so toxic that it's roughly 50 years behind the average discipline in terms of the level of sexism that goes on. I am not at all surprised to hear that. Like, when I think of economics, I think of white dudes, basically. Like, unpleasant white dudes. Okay, thank goodness. Yeah, if your January 1st gamble pays off, buy me a sub. I will. And I guess the gamble would be not selling on January 1st. Like, trying to hold on and seeing if the stock goes up even further and seeing if I can get more, like, dividend payments and stuff. But, I don't know. I was raised to try and avoid being in debt, generally. Like, don't borrow money if you don't have to. Never do, like, installment plans for something if you can save up and buy it in one go, because paying interest on stuff is just kind of wasted money. And so I've applied that to having a mortgage, which is not the way you're supposed to, I don't think. Like, you're supposed to just have a mortgage and pay the mortgage off on schedule, but I don't want to have a mortgage. I don't want to pay an additional like $300,000 worth of interest on the loan, which is what it would be if I paid it off at the the original rate. So yeah, if I can get rid of almost all of my mortgage up front, then I definitely want to do that. I have the luxury of I chickened out on buying some Dogecoin before it multiplied by 10. I mean, saying chickened out is one thing, but like, it is gambling, right? Like, it's not cowardly to not gamble. It's sensible to not gamble. And that's why I wanted to be full health. Oh dear. Save me, nuts. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this game! Does it put me back in the Ganon fight? Or does it put me back before? Oh, thank god, okay. Alright, I've only got 2 bombs this time, so I can't mess this up too many times. Well, that's 1. There we go, okay. Oh, I haven't had supper and it's 9 PM. I'm very hungry. my blood sugar is pretty low. I should have had a snack or something. Oh well. Okay, so this should have been 4 hours. But because I've been bad, it's going to be more. And now you can have your 50-year mortgage and pay 3 times the value of your house before inevitably having your left kidney repossessed by the Disney Corporation. That was an option I considered. Like, it was one of the options open to me, but I decided instead I was gonna... Well, actually, I got a 30-year mortgage, which is a lot longer than I wanted, but I knew that it was quite likely I'd be able to pay it back early, and so the main thing I was concerned about was that there was no penalty for repaying it early. Also, I have the extreme privilege of being an American citizen who lives in America, who doesn't need to save up a lot of money in case of medical expenses. Because if something very expensive medically happens to me, as long as it wasn't like, you know, I get in a car crash and I have no way to not get immediately taken to the hospital. If I, like, let's say I got cancer, like, touch wood, I can go back to the UK and get treated there for free. I don't need to worry about medical debt for that kind of thing. Where on earth? Oh, there she is. So yeah, I have a get out of jail free card in terms of staggering medical debt that can happen to Americans. And also I wasn't, oh my god, I wasn't lumbered with anywhere near as much university debt as most Americans are. Even as many Brits are these days, because when I went to university the tuition fees were a lot lower. Which is how I was able to go to university twice, right? That's not a thing that a lot of people can manage to do. There we go. Okay, finally. That was extremely rough at the end, but we take these. A win is a win. It was a pretty fast Triforce Hunt seed, and it was a pretty fast regular settings seed as well, at 4 hours. I guess the credits play again now. I got uni debt, but at least my country doesn't charge me interest rate. Yeah, so in the UK, you only start getting charged interest once you started earning above a certain threshold of money. I'm currently contemplating a doctorate, and it's going to ruin me. I should have become a welder. Yeah, learning a trade is something that I think is beneficial to practically everyone. Like, if only for the life experience of having something like that. I'm a big fan of people having skills. But yeah, doing a PhD, having started one and bailed out of it myself, I don't know, it's a lot. Like, you have to really, really want to do the thing that you're studying. As I found out to my cost when I realized I don't actually want to do physics enough to do a PhD in physics. I guess I do wonder if I hadn't also been suffering from absolutely terrible undiagnosed depression. Maybe I would have had an easier time with a PhD. I have to feel that contributed to it. But I think it just was not right for me from the get-go, really. I was never a great physicist. Okay, well, let's not watch the entire credits again. I'm gonna find someone to raid, and then I'm gonna eat some food because I'm really hungry at this point. Thank you very much, everybody, for stopping by today and for hanging around. I really appreciate it. It's so much nicer to stream when I can have a chat with people while doing it. I am capable of talking to myself for 4 hours, but I would prefer not to have to. Let's see, who is streaming? Let's see. I guess it's a tradition now. I stream on Sunday, and then we raid into Star Galaxy Kitty, who is doing another randomizer. They've been going for 2 and a bit hours. I'm glad I'm finally able to catch streams again. I'm very glad you're able to be here as well, Nemo. I always appreciate your presence. It was cool listening to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm losing my voice as well. It's because I don't drink anywhere near enough water while I'm streaming. I'm so bad at like the physical act of streaming. Do I want to let's try and construct a raid message today, since I have an emote, so we can use the emote if you have access to it. Let's see. How do you raid message? What's a good raid message? What do I want to say? It is a cute emote. It was drawn by Vanille. I won that emote when Vanille was doing her like September subathon kind of thing. If you subbed or gifted a certain number of subs, I think she would draw a custom emote for you, and I didn't have any idea of what I wanted my emotes to be, so I just said, hey, draw whatever you want, and she drew that, and it's really good, and I love it. So raid. What if I want to let's see, did anything notable happen this stream? I guess, I mean, it's a Triforce scene where I killed Ganon, which is kind of unusual. I don't know. What if I'm constructing a raid message? Okay, so I think it's possible that this might not work properly. Actually, okay, there's a simple solution to this, I think. Because I mean, I want people to be able to use my emotes, right? So let me just. I hope this isn't like against the rules or anything. I have to assume that it's not. For me to gift people subs to my channel, but now people can use the emote, which I like, and so there you go. There's a raid message. Oh, and it turns out, I guess it's I didn't realize I'm using OBS to do this, and so it's actually like OBS is interacting with Twitch, and Twitch is interacting with PayPal, and so that's why it's so slow for me to gift these subs. Okay, cool. We have a raid message. How exciting. Okay, and so we are going to raid Star Galaxy Kitty, who is also doing a randomizer. I think this is like the 4th time I've raided them, because they're always streaming when I finish stream. It's me popping the air bubble January 1st after my trades have gone through. Okay. So we have a raid message. I can start the raid. I'm not going to stick around after the raid has fired because I'm very hungry, and I also need to shower before bed because I went for a nice brisk walk earlier and got real sweaty, and then I streamed and got even more sweaty, so I need a wash. I'll be there. I'll be spamming on every Discord I'm in. Like, I've sold my shares. Everyone, feel free to short AI companies now. It's okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, thank you once again, everyone, for stopping by and for being active in chat. I really do appreciate it. It makes a really big difference to how enjoyable the stream is for me. I'm still gonna try and stick to just like one stream a week. I'm still kind of tired most of the time during the week from work, but if I do have the energy to stream midweek, I will try and do that as well. I want to try and do things other than randomizers a little bit, but randomizers are definitely my comfort thing. So if I have kind of low energy, a randomizer is a safe way for me to make sure I can actually stream something. I want to get back to Elden Ring as well, and continue playing that because it's a good game. Okay, I'm gonna head off. See you around. Bye bye.